and then we'll figure it out from there.
Okay. All right, everyone. Well, on the East Coast of the United States, good afternoon, and welcome to the Museum Pest Working Group's first presentation session, public presentation session. It is, as I've said a couple times during the meeting, it's kind of surreal to be able to interact with people throughout the world, and kind of the silver lining to these very trying times for all of us. But I personally, and I don't speak for Rachel, am thrilled that we're able to do this, and hope that you all get something out of it and just have a, maybe just have a nice time hanging out with us for a couple hours. Okay, so yeah, before we launch into everything, we have a lightning round of a presentation schedule ahead of us, one after another, with about 5 to 10 minutes each. Just take a few minutes to introduce ourselves, who we are, and how we are resourced to you all. The Museum Pest Working Group, that was once named the IPM Working Group. So if you see either or, we're the same being, but we took on the name Museum Pest Working Group as of last year, actually officially. And it's really a collective group behind the website that you see, MuseumPests.net. And we began collaborating in around 2002 with a couple of institutions, and since then have grown to encompass hundreds of participants worldwide, which is, again, I can't say it enough, is very exciting. And we gather annually to work on the website. So we gathered the past 2 days, virtually, of course, using Slack and Zoom, broke out into different sessions, had about 40 of us registered this year, which is almost twice as much, just over 40, actually, almost twice as much as we usually can cram into one meeting space at a host institution. Last year was at the Met. For many of us, it was the last time we gathered as professionals from our museums, respective museums and institutions, to do something in person. So I'm, again, glad to do this year, but of course, hoping to get back to normal for 2022. So, and our participants, as I mentioned, museums and institutions, but we have entomologists, collection managers, registrars, curators, conservators, scientists, and of course, pest management professionals. We've welcomed facilities managers and even vendors of different products and different resources for IPM that provide, in every one of these positions, and those I probably haven't even named, offer all different sorts of aspects to IPM and contribute to a very diverse and very cohesive resource in our website. And we want to collaborate and advance our own IPM work as well, while helping others. This is voluntary. We're an ad hoc group. There are no memberships. We don't call ourselves members. We may call ourselves members. It's not the end of the world, but we're participants really in a group, and give our time freely, and do what we can with what time we have to give. It can be kind of tight sometimes, but we're beyond grateful for the time that every participant over the years has given. Our pest list is another way that people have participated, and it grew from 11 users about when we first got it going around, again, early 2000s, to now over 800 participants across the globe. So it's active, very active resource, pretty much daily, that we have folks asking questions. And we have organized our site to be as easy to use and access to all different components of integrated pest management. So, of course, starting with things like prevention and monitoring and working identification and solutions, all come together to create a pest management program for an institution or for an individual or for whatever type of situation that folks come to our website may be in, and hopefully provide those answers, but moreover, just a resource you can come back to reliably. And that's a big thing, being that reliable resource. We do have several 2021 updates. So one of the most viewed sections of our website was identification, or is identification, which contains the pest fact sheets and image gallery. So very visual part of our website. It's not a huge surprise that this is one of the most popular and viewed sections of our website. proper identification and figuring out the what and why and about pests is crucial to an IPM program. So this year we took a dive into, took a big step this year into a new dynamic format using a program called Airtable, and it's easy to filter and sort out the pests. So you see here how it has a couple different up in the left-hand corner, the filter and sort. You can click on that and sort by moth, sort by beetle, food type. And an exciting aspect to this too is it will have it has a language feature where it can switch over to Spanish, which you'll hear a presentation talking about our Spanish translated website. Again, very exciting development. And you can see, really great imagery here. You can see the life stage noted. And of course, we give credit for images. So if you're ever to submit an image that would end up here, you will get credit. We believe that's, of course, very important part of our website is to give proper credit to those contributing. So yeah, we're very excited about this, our big new thing for this year. So yeah, I mentioned about being voluntary, of course, that we're contributing time and energy, and time in additional to a lot of our own professions. But we do have a monetary need as well to maintain our website. And we have two ways of contributing. So you see on our main website, main webpage, MuseumPests.net, you see our appeal for fundraising. So if you click on that, it will take you to the page you see here. And it has a couple different ways on that site. It'll explain exactly how. Something we launched this year, however, is like a GoFundMe, essentially. We chose givebutter.com as our host and to be able to have a place to go. As you see here, it has different levels of contributions. You could also write in your own contribution level, and there's the website for that to click on and give direct donations. It's a way we can take credit cards, and we conveniently provided a QR code for you right now if you would like to scan it and check that out or put it in your favorites and come back and give what you can. Of course, it's not mandatory at all, but we can't not have an appeal. It does take a good bit of funds in order to keep the bandwidth and keep server space and keep expanding that. When I mentioned the Spanish edition of the website, that does come with a cost. So anything's appreciated. And again, this year we launched another new thing, which is our merch. Everyone likes pesty merch, I think. If you're viewing this, you probably have a sense of humor and about insects and pests. So why not show it? We have our MuseumPests.net merch. So this is our current offerings. Again, a QR code for your convenience and the website right there. You can go on over. Several of us have already purchased some and are waiting for the shipment. Well, I also mentioned the pest list earlier, and this is the way to join that. Under our resources tab on the website, you can pop onto there and just add your information and we'll get you on that listserv. So yeah, running through things pretty quickly, but we're gonna, in just a minute here, welcome our first speaker, which will be Michael Milliken, to talk about IPM at the Met. And so thank you all for joining us. We're super excited to have you on, of course, Zoom, Facebook Live, and in case you missed it, it is being recorded and will be offered on Facebook again and on someplace on our website. So again, thank you and enjoy the presentations.
Michael, you're up.
All right. Well, hello, everyone. It's great to have you here for our presentation session today. I have the honor of going first. So get on all my nerves in the beginning, and hopefully everybody else can be a little more relaxed. I'll be presenting. I am the Integrated Pest Management Program Administrator at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. We have a museum-wide IPM plan and program that we've been implementing since before I began there in April 2019. But obviously during the last year, 366 days, it seems, since, of course, 2020 was a leap year, we've been working in very unique circumstances. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the context of that in New York City and at the Met, and how some of the challenges we faced and some of the solutions we came up with and some of the things we're looking forward to as we slowly emerge from the global pandemic. So February 2020, the the pandemic seemed far away. It was not quite in New York City yet. We saw it in other places. We saw it in Italy. We saw it in China. We saw it in other parts of Europe. But it wasn't really on our radar so much. We were interested in the NBA. We were interested in the Harvey Weinstein trial, and other things were going on. But at the Met, as it started to seep into consciousness, I'd start looking around the museum and looking at artwork that kind of spoke to that. These are two of my favorites that I've seen and come back and has touchstones over the course of the pandemic. Next slide. On March 9th, 2020, we had the Museum Pest Working Group at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. It was my first year participating with the Museum Pest Working Group. But they first came on my radar back in 2008 when I started working in pest management in San Francisco. As you can see, on March 9th, we were not wearing masks, we were not socially distancing, and we had people from all over the world who were visiting us at the museum for that conference. Next slide. And then March 11th hit. And what happened on March 11th was the World Health Organization announced the global pandemic. The NBA shut down. Tom Hanks came down with the coronavirus, and a general malaise and a bit of panic kind of set in New York City, as we had some large outbreaks to the north, and it was confirmed that COVID was spreading within the city itself. On March 13th, the day after this photo was taken, the museum decided to close its doors. We were one of the first major institutions in the United States to do so, but we thought it was the safe thing to do. We have sometimes 40,000 visitors a day, and it seemed like it was the right time to create a safe space for New Yorkers who wanted to come to the museum, but also for the staff who was working there. And we had a few early COVID scares where we had confirmed cases or suspected confirmed cases, so we decided to shut down. I was termed an essential worker to run the mass pest management program because the pests didn't really get the memo about the pandemic. They kind of continued on doing what they were doing, and they were doing it in new and interesting ways that we didn't expect. So I was brought in, and we would work with our pest management vendors to continue work, and with some other staff members who were essential to continue monitoring for pests as possible. And over the next 3 months, things became a little bit more dire. As you can see, this April, this is taken outside of my home in Brooklyn. This is a refrigerator truck that was placed outside of the emergency room around the corner from my house. In May, we reached 100,000 deaths from COVID in the United States, which has obviously increased significantly since then. And in June, we had mass protests throughout the United States. So we're kind of in this, lots going on all the time, but also trying to maintain an IPM program at the museum. Which the museum was a little worried because we were struggling. We thought we were going to be closed till July. We were closed until August. But I kind of felt like Lot's wife, and as people have fled Sodom, to kind of stay behind and continue the work we've done. So this is another one of my touchstone paintings that I really appreciated, because a lot of people did need to leave New York City. It became a little bit of a ghost time, especially on the Upper East Side. A lot of people moved out. Or moved to second homes or were with family in other places. So the city was very empty, which created a few problems for pests at the museum. So a little bit about the museum, including offsite storage spaces in our museum at the Cloisters. We have about 2 million square feet of gallery space at the main museum. It's split into 22 different wings, which have been built over time at different stages of the museum's existence, and they're kind of built on top of each other and interstitched together in strange ways that allow a lot of strange access for pests and a lot of harborage for the issues that I have to deal with on a daily basis. In addition to the 22 million square feet of gallery space, there's also countless more space in drop ceilings and along utility lines, along electrical lines, and everything else. So working with a special team that had been in place in the museum for years, called the Collections Emergency Team, we were able to kind of monitor for activity in the galleries and in art storage spaces. The Collections Emergency Team is a group of collections managers, program administrators, department representatives, conservators who would go around and basically check on everything and make sure everything is okay with the art. They would report pest reports back to me. They would also look for leaks, for any building deficiencies that could potentially cause damage for the art or could lead to more pest activity. As you can see here, we also have 5 koi fish in our in a Japanese pagoda that we have in our Asian art section of the museum, and the collections emergency team was responsible for feeding them during the lockdown. So they were able to survive on their own there. We also had a security staff and essential building staff who was also helping monitoring for pests and for responding to any conditions that I determined that were conditions conducive to pests. We also had our pest management professionals who have just been fantastic during the entire lockdown. We had to immediately cut down our services by about 50%. We didn't have people coming into the museum. We had a very small amount of staff coming into the museum, and we were looking to save money as possible. So we cut our P&P 50 services by 50%. All of our food service locations were closed, so we weren't as concerned about them, but we still had vendors coming in and servicing those areas on a regular basis, weekly. And so working with our service manager, Finn, who's from Orkin here in New York, we split up the museum into 3, and he and I would do walkthroughs 3 days a week and try and hit every spot in the museum that we could possibly find. We knew there's pest hotspots where things tend to pop up or where we tend to have issues, but we tried to actually get into and see most of the museum, because we have department representatives for the IPM program. Each department has someone who's kind of responsible for reporting pest issues and for coordinating with me and for coordinating with our pest management vendors for services. But without them in the museum, without the staff, we lost our eyes and ears. So any reporting was kind of up to us, up to the CET team and up to the pest management professional and myself. So we were doing pretty broad inspections for the majority of the lockdown and do that 3 days a week. It's a lot of space to cover. There were some days when I was doing 20,000 steps a day, but it was also a really good way to even further familiarize myself with the ins and outs and the nooks and crannies of the museum where we have pest issues. Now, next slide. And so some of the weird issues that popped up pretty quickly. Like I said, the Upper East Side had cleared out pretty significantly. All the restaurants were closed. A lot of the residential trash and commercial trash was no longer available for the rodents who live in New York City. And as you know, we were famous for our rats, and they were under a tremendous amount of pressure. So we started seeing them get into areas in the museum where I had never seen them before. In the oldest parts of the museum, really down low by the sewer. In literally one of the oldest floor foundations of the museum is one of the areas where they started to come in, which is also an area that was near one of the only places where food was being eaten at the museum, which was near our shops, our engineering shops and our custodial shops down in the basement. And since they were under so much pressure from the other parts of the city, they started to find where food was being prepared, and they found their way into us. Thankfully, we were able to control that problem very early. That was very early in the pandemic. And since we kind of figured out how they were getting in and what they were looking for, we were able to control it, and we haven't had any rat issues in the building itself. There are still kind of big rat issues going on in New York City right now, just because of how much pressure they were on early. And I know that there's a lot of pest management professionals around the city are dealing with it. And we were dealing with it on our exterior around Central Park, where we have some people feeding rats and pigeons. We also had some novel roach problems, because when the building shut down, the way the water usage is done in the building on a daily basis changed dramatically. So a lot of the lower floor drains or all the bathroom facilities and kitchens throughout the museum were not being used as they usually are. And I think it kind of stressed the system itself, but it also allowed roaches from the sewers, American cockroaches specifically, to come up into the lower parts of the museum. So we're seeing lots and lots of cockroaches come up and die in the lower parts of the museum. But once again, we were able to kind of determine those conditions. We learned how to flush some more water through the system on a regular basis, flush drains in the lower areas, and we were able to control that. But the American cockroach is found throughout New York City's sewer system. Now, one of the nice things about having staff out of the building was having sustained access into their spaces where we could do more further inspections around desks. A lot of our services we provide during the day, our pest management vendors provide during the day, because they can respond to reports as they come up. And that's usually when we see a lot of activity in offices, because people are there to report. But with people out of their offices, we were able to really kind of deep dive into some conditions that were allowing them to thrive. It's hard to see on this picture on my left, the green carpet. But if you look at those little white lines, look like white lines, those are actually all clothes moth encasings. And it was just because this is actually a synthetic carpet, but there was enough clutter that had built up around this desk and enough dust and human hair that it kind of carpeted that area that it was a nice dark place, cluttered place for clothes moths to pop up. So we were able to do a lot of really good work in the offices because we could do sustained treatments with IGRs and residual pesticides to knock down anything that we found. And we've had really good control of areas where sometimes we had problems that were kind of ongoing. We couldn't really figure out why. And a lot of it had to do with people's possessions and clutter around desks. This on the right is another example. That's just carpet damage to a wool carpet that was infested with clothes moths. So you see the frass and you can see how it's all kind of eaten away. Next slide. And then we decided to reopen. We got the approval from the city of New York and the state of New York to reopen in August. We opened at 25% capacity. But one of the things we had learned during the shutdown was how to target our pest management services really well. So we've kind of kept our services low. We haven't needed them as much. We had our restaurants open, they closed, and they reopened again. But because of a lot of the work we were able to do on prevention during the lockdown and during treating anything that was actually there, we have really great control within the building of the pests that have typically bothered us, like mice and roaches and some other things. So now that we're reopened, staff has started coming back into the building. We've been phasing in staff, collections care staff, conservation staff. Here's a nice little graphic about our reopening project that our president just released this last week. We talked about the fish, but you can see how our attendance is basically, we had 5 million visitors for the 6 months prior to the lockdown, and we've had 500,000 since we reopened. We get about 4,000 visitors a day. When around average, we were getting around 12,000 visitors a day. So we've come down quite a bit, which is decreased the amount of conditions that pests can thrive on, which is helpful for my job. But we're slowly getting back open, getting more stuff up and running. And it's really great to have the staff coming back in because we have a lot of IPM work, collective care work, and conservation work that I'm related with as well. So in addition to kind of being the facility guy for the IPM program at the museum, I also work with Department of Scientific Research and our conservation teams to treat any infested work, or even to preventatively treat stuff that we think is at risk or had been in a location where there may have been a pest sighting. And we are opening up our IPM freezer, which Eric Brightung is going to be talking about later today. And this is just a quick view of it. We have a pre-treatment room where we can do art condition checks, conservation work with vacuuming and other things. We have a freezer where we can treat works of art, and we have anoxic setups within the pre-treatment room as well, where we can do anoxic treatments for art that we determine needs anoxic instead of freezing. So we've actually really been ramping this up. It takes anoxic treatment about 4 weeks to do a work of art to complete the entire treatment cycle. The freezer takes us down to one week, and we've already done, over the last 3 weeks, we've done 30 artworks. So we've really cut down our treatment time and conservation time for those pieces. So that's it for me. I'm Michael Milliken. There's a blog post I wrote about the lockdown as well that I'll put in the chat and I'll share on the Facebook page. But thank you again for this time. I hope I give some good context of how this year has been in New York City. And I'm looking forward to the rest of the presenters. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, next up we have Heyman and Eliza.
Okay. Rachel, can you hear me okay?
Was that you, Eliza? Sorry.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, you are good to go.
Okay, perfect, thanks. So, hi everyone, good afternoon. My colleague Heyman Park and I are excited to be with you all today to share how the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted the Integrated Pest Management Program at the Worcester Art Museum. Heyman is the Andrew W. Mellon Fellow in Paintings and an IPM team member, and I am the paper conservator and current IPM coordinator for collections. Thank you so much to Rachel and Matt for organizing us all and giving us the opportunity to gather and share information today. Next. For folks who may be unfamiliar with the Worcester Art Museum, it is located in Worcester in the center of Massachusetts and opened to the public in 1898. It is a mid-sized museum with about 68 full-time and 58 part-time staff and is about 152,000 square feet in size. Not unlike many museums, as Michael referenced, its facility has been expanded multiple times, and each expansion has its strengths and challenges from a building envelope perspective. In this image, you can see the museum's main entrance. Oh, there we go. And facade from 1933. Its collection is comprised of approximately 38,000 objects and is nearly encyclopedic in breadth. Next. At WAM, the IPM program is co-managed by Conservation, Registration, and Facilities with assistance from Protective Services. Conservation and Registration oversee areas of the museum with collection material, including galleries, storage, conservation labs, and the library. And Facilities oversee all other areas of the museum, including the kitchen, cafe, offices, classrooms, and the museum grounds. Within Conservation and Registration, an IPM coordinator for collections, who is a conservator or registrar, is appointed by the chief conservator and director of museum services and works with 1 to 2 team members. Within Facilities, the facility manager works with a pest management contractor. Collectively, we each monitor traps monthly. Protective Services also is extremely dedicated to the care of the museum and monitors for pests during their security rounds. All members of Conservation, Registration, and Facilities come together at either periodic collections care meetings to discuss IPM, among other topics, or the IPM team meets independently for more focused conversations as needed. Next. The IPM team for collections monitors 49 glue traps in areas of the museum with collection material monthly, examines each trap through a stereo microscope, and records the data in our Excel database, which facilitates generating quarterly and annual reports. We identify and record both museum and non-museum pests. In the early months of the pandemic, from March to June 2020, limited staff were permitted at the museum. During this time, our Protective Services and facility staff were primarily on site, protecting the museum and the collection and performing enhanced cleaning of the facility. To ensure continuity of the IPM program, we collaborated to a greater degree than usual with Protective Services to develop a hybrid monitoring program in which Protective Services checked the traps, took pictures of them on a cell phone, and replaced the traps with new ones, following floor maps of the museum with trap locations. They then uploaded the images to a shared drive so Heymin, our former pre-program intern, Elle Friedberg, and I, who were all remote, could check them and record the data in our Excel database, which we transferred temporarily to Google Sheets to facilitate working remotely. Next. There were several features that worked well with this temporary protocol. It was user-friendly for Protective Services to take images of the traps on a cell phone. The images were clear enough that we were able to identify the majority of the pests on them by zooming into the images. And Heymin, Elle, and I were able to share the work of recording the data remotely through the Google Sheets database. The most problematic feature, probably not surprisingly, was the lack of clarity in some of the images, which prevented us from being able to confidently identify all pests on traps. Beginning in June 2020, the museum established safety protocols so essential staff could return to the museum on a limited basis, which has continued to the present. Since this time, Heymin and I have been able to resume monthly rounds of checking traps in collection-based areas, recording data in our Excel database, and meeting remotely with the museum's facility manager to share information and discuss strategies.
We now would like to share some key features of our database and take a closer look at the information collected during the early months of the pandemic. As Eliza mentioned, we developed the database on Excel to record our pest data and to monitor the trends in a budget-friendly way. We then used the web-based alternative from April to May to facilitate recording the data remotely, then reverted back to Excel in June when we were able to return to the museum. And these two programs are really compatible, so we could switch between them very easily. On the screen on top, the image is a screenshot of the database in Excel, and the bottom is an image of our database in Google Sheet. As you can see, the database is organized by 12 fields across the column with individual pest sighting logged in the rows. We also have a drop-down list for each of the fields so that the database is user-friendly and we can record the terms consistently. This system also allows us to filter information and refine it by any categories in multiple fields. And as you're seeing now, we have a separate worksheet of tables that are pre-filled with formulas. These generate monthly, quarterly, and yearly counts for us, such as the total pest count per insect type, per location, per month, as highlighted in green. The tables are linked back to the database, so they are updated automatically whenever we add a new pest entry. Next, please. At the beginning of the pandemic, we were curious about how the reduced foot traffic may impact pest activity at our museum. Looking at the data from April to June, when the museum was quietest, we found more pests in the second quarter of 2020 than in 2019. But it's really important to note that this difference here is actually not statistically significant with a 99% confidence, simply because we added more traps in 2020. Next, please. In fact, when we normalize the data, and by that we mean dismissing counts from traps placed after June 2019, the total counts for the second quarter of both 2019 and 2020 were nearly identical, and it was only different by 2 pests. But we were not necessarily seeing a set trend for individual months. Moreover, in the second quarter of 2020, we saw the highest monthly count in April, followed by a smaller plateau in May and June. And this was rather surprising for us because we were really expecting the total to steadily increase over the course of the 3 months as seen in 2019. And this lack of linear trend may possibly suggest that some variable related to the closure may be at play. Next, please. So looking at specifically at museum pests during this time, there were fewer overall incidents in 2020 than in 2019. But again, we were not seeing any trend for the individual months. So in spite of the differences in the data from 2019 and 2020, we are yet to be sure how the combination of factors, such as the reduced foot traffic, enhanced cleaning, and cyclical environmental factors may have impacted pest activity during the early months of the pandemic. But additional data, especially from this year, will certainly provide greater context for us. Next, please. While we are fortunate that pest activity has not resulted in damage to the museum's collection, especially when visualized as graphs, are a powerful tool and a drive to enhance our collection care policy and justify facility projects focusing on buildings envelope and advocating for an art receiving room. And with that, we would like to acknowledge all of the following staff members at the Worcester Art Museum, and thank you for your attention. And please feel free to let us know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Heyman and Eliza. I'm just going to break in, and our next speaker is supposed to be Julie McInnes, but Claudia, you, if I remember correctly, have a hard stop at 1, and we're running a few minutes behind. Are we okay to stick to our schedule, or should we ask if we can flip you and Julie? Can you unmute yourself? Let me know.
Yeah, I could go now if that works for you. Then I wouldn't be late for the other.
Great. Julie, is that okay with you?
Yep, totally fine.
Okay, so we're going to have a slight change in schedule, and
Thanks for accommodating me.
thank you. And you should be off.
Oh, okay, great. Thanks very much. So I'm not the sole author on this, but I'm going to be the person who presents it. In fact, the person in the middle of the list of names, David Blades, was the person who did the bulk of the work for this, but I wanted to draw people's attention to it. And so I work at a provincial museum that has a natural history component to it. And the museum, oh, next slide, sorry. I thought I could change it myself, but so the museum itself, I wanted to do a territorial acknowledgement that we're on the traditional territories of the Lekwungen people. I'm presenting from my home today though, and the specific group are the Wasanic. They're also part of the Lekwungen people. So next slide. So for everyone who doesn't work at a natural history museum, you might not have known what an odonata was. So those are dragonflies and damselflies. And next slide. For a 10-year period, the museum that I work at had a very intensive dragonfly survey of the province that I live in. Before I even worked at the museum, this effort had been undertaken, and the people in the picture here are collecting larval dragonflies, but primarily the target were adult dragonflies. So when the weather was good, but when it was pouring rain, people went in and into the wetlands themselves. But the result of this 10-year survey was more than 40,000, was more than, can you go back one? Sorry. Was more than 40,000 adult specimens of dragonflies that needed to be housed in the Royal BC Museum's collections. Next slide. So anyone who doesn't work at a natural history museum might not be familiar with what an entomology collection generally looks like, but on the left-hand side of the screen are a series of cabinets, which are pretty typical of entomology, and a dragonfly pinned, which is what's shown basically in the middle of the screen, takes up an enormous amount of space and not very usefully. So it's not like butterflies and moths where you need to see both sides of the wings. Generally, the wings are clear, so there's not really much reason to take up this much room for a dragonfly. And this is how their wings are held. So it's not as though you have to properly spread their wings like you do with Lepidoptera. In the case of dragonflies, this is their natural method for holding their wings. So in order to save space, and if you were pinning dragonflies, you would put them in the cabinets with the shallow cabinets that are featured there on the left. But a new system was adopted quite a few years ago now, not at our institution, just in the world generally, a global system for storing dragonflies is to put them in what's called an envelope. And they're in deeper drawers in this case. And the enveloped adult dragonfly in this slide that's shown is in a heat sealed plastic bag. So if you did want to take that specimen out of the bag, you would have to cut the bag open and take the specimen out to work with it. And then you'd have to reheat seal the bag, in which case you would always steadily lose a bit more bag. Next slide. Another very typical method of storing dragonflies is to put them in a cellophane envelope, which has a folded end, which you can just see on the right where there's a series of them in a small box. You can just see that there's a little folded edge to it. And then all of the dragonflies, whether they're heat sealed or in a cellophane envelope, are kept in these drawers. So this is a very efficient method, but the next slide, hopefully. So this is a bit of foreshadowing. This is this is the folded cellophane envelope. So you can see that it's actually open at this end. Now, there are a lot of pest management people watching this, a lot of conservators. So you might need to look away for the next two bits that I'm about to show. Here, one dragonfly can sustain quite a lot of damage if it is attacked by dermestids, and they can get in there because of that fold. And then one more click, or you could have a damselfly that in effect has disappeared. So this is quite horrifying and not the kind of thing you ever want to encounter. Next slide. So the system that was developed at the Royal BC Museum, primarily by David Blades, are what are called zipper lock envelopes. They're not Ziploc because that is trademarked, but the zipper lock envelope opens at the top, which is much better than a side opening. And all the information, again, is still on the card in behind the dragonfly. So you don't have to take it out, but if you did decide to take it out, it would be much simpler and then easily resealed without the hassle of having to heat seal it. If any damage does occur to the specimen, it is stored in the envelope and there's no risk of loss of the head, which very commonly comes off, or any parts like legs. And again, it's stored in boxes, but these boxes don't have any glue associated with them. They're cardboard boxes that you construct. So they're actually really easy to store in abundance and then build the box as you need it with no glue. And the conservator that's one of the contributors to this work has checked the circumstances around the cardboard and the paper and the plastic. And so she's one of the authors on a paper you'll see later. So we have had this thoughtfully considered. And then next slide. There are other applications because I realized that not everyone would have a dragonfly collection that they were responsible for or in such abundance. So a lot of people do at natural history collections, of course, have butterfly and moth collections. And another way that dragonflies and butterflies and moths have been stored to save space is in what again is termed an envelope. And in this case, it's just folded paper. The serious disadvantage to this, besides all the things we've already talked about, is that you can't see through them. So I had a lot of specimens of butterflies in the collection that were stored like this, and I had a volunteer shift them all to this new application with the zipper lock bag. And then even our archaeology department had drawers full of very small objects like buttons or shards and beads, and they wanted to store them more efficiently, but also more carefully and more retrievably. So this method was taken up by our archaeological department, and they use this and they insist that people who are depositing archaeological material in the collection, which is a requirement of government, present the material to us in this format. So it's easier for us to store at our end. Next slide. And then the last step, so here's a full drawer full of dragonflies, very efficiently stored and safe from pests. Almost the one last step with every drawer, whether it was a dragonfly drawer or a regular entomology drawer, we had a volunteer heat seal the bottom of every drawer. So that was more than 2,500 drawers. And the glue we used there was the Bostik 6363, just because it was found to be safe in terms of its volatility and also available at a reasonable price in Canada. Last slide. Just because this is a very short presentation, I wanted to draw your attention to a publication about what we've done. It was in Collection Forum. It's not new anymore, but I still see photographs of collections where they're not implementing something like this, and I just wanted to draw people's attention to it. And not everyone gets all the way into the literature every time, so it's sometimes easier at a meeting like this to learn about different strategies. And if you need this publication, if you'd like to see it, just shoot me an email and I'll make sure to get it for you. And that's it. Thank you. I hope I'm okay for time.
You're great. Thank you, Claudia. We may be reaching out to you also to see if you'd be willing to do a write-up for the stashc.com storage website, where this would be a great fit. Let's get Julie up on the screen.
Thank you. Yeah, Claudia, those were some beautiful housings at the end. So, hi everybody. Good morning from San Francisco. My name is Julie McInnes. I'm a collections care specialist at the Fine Arts Museums of San Francisco. I have been a super user of the Museum Pests resources for years now, and am very grateful to have this opportunity to share back something. The events of this mystery that I'll talk about today happened in January 2020, so before any COVID shutdown. And I thought it would be appropriate to talk about today because as we, slowly reopen things, hopefully safely, down the line, eventually we will have events again. And now is an excellent time to revisit your policies and make sure that the materials that you bring into your spaces are safe from pests. So next slide, please. So this morning, and forgive the construction that just started a couple hours ago, the morning that I'll talk about, it was a beautiful January morning, which actually probably was beautiful in California. I had arrived at work, just a regular day, and was exiting the elevator and saw a member of the janitorial team taking a waste bin across the hallway. And I noticed an electric blue feather float out of the trash can and onto the floor. And I thought, that's weird. You don't see those, you shouldn't see those in this museum space. And where did it come from? I picked it up and put it back in the trash can, and it was on its way out of the building. So I didn't think much of it more until I got back to my desk and opened my email. Next slide, please. Where this photo greeted me. It had been shared by a staff member and was the aftermath of an after party in one of our museum spaces. And a normal person, or some people might look at this and, while hopefully feeling empathy to the staff members cleaning it up, might think, oh, fun party. Many of us here, including myself, our first thought is most likely, oh my God, look at all those feathers. What are they doing in that space? Next slide, please. A bit about us, backstory. We are one institution with two buildings, the D. Young Museum and the Legion of Honor, and both buildings are completely surrounded by park and each have their own unique IPM issues. Now, like many of you, we deal with webbing clothes moth, and that was a primary concern for us. And it was actually the first thing that came to my mind when I saw all those feathers. But luckily, we have a really strong IPM team that works interdepartmentally between conservation, curatorial, of course, facilities and engineering, registration, the tech team, the janitorial team. Everyone is educated on IPM and committed to it. So as such, Rachel, could you click once next? Oh yeah, there's the moth. As such, we had a policy already in place where we listed explicitly items that were prohibited for events. And as you can see, feathers are there. Next slide, please. So what could have happened? There could have been oversight. Something could have fallen through the cracks. But the good thing was that soon after I saw this photo, I sent a few emails out and everyone was really committed to figuring out what happened. I didn't have to explain the seriousness of it or why it was important. Everyone from events and facilities knew, to look into what happened. And a member of the events team proactively reached out to the vendor to inquire. And the vendor surprisingly told us that the feathers were synthetic. Next slide, please. Synthetic, that is basically the face that I made in written form when I heard that, because I had seen that feather this morning and it floated like a feather. It felt like a feather. I was pretty sure that was a feather. And in addition, I had done a little research for a previous exhibition we were looking into to find synthetic feathers to use instead of real. And I found in my research synthetic feathers to be bulky and indelicate and large and expensive. So I was definitely skeptical, but I didn't want to just reply and say, I don't believe them, I think they're wrong. I wanted to have some evidence. But, you know, where could I find that? The feather from this morning had been thrown away and was in a dumpster outside. And, you know, this story isn't going in that direction. And the event space had been thoroughly cleaned. So how was I going to find, you know, some evidence to prove that this feather was real? Next slide. So I went hunting, and the space where the party had happened, I knew there were large gaps between the floorboards and the walls. And sure enough, after a few moments of searching, I had found a blue feather in one of those gaps. I was excited to find it, but then, you know, checking myself that actually, this is a perfect example of why these cracks and crevices are dangerous to our spaces, because they're perfect hiding spots for food sources. So as we all know, it's important to keep these areas in mind. Next slide. So I took my feather, practically skipping down to conservation, because at this point everyone was very involved in, you know, what is this feather? Is it real or not? And my colleagues, we looked at it under magnification. We first looked at it under 50x, and curiously enough, we weren't seeing the markers we were looking for a real feather. So our first thought was, could this feather really be synthetic? But I mean, look at it. It looks, how could that be synthetic? I was like, no, we've got to bust out the big guns. So then we looked at it under 200, 400x magnification. And sure enough, we saw the markers, the barbules that we were looking for, proving that this was in fact a real feather. Next slide, please. So the mystery was solved. They were real, you know, yay. At this point, I was confusing myself whether or not I wanted it to be real or not, because I wanted to prove that I was right, but also it's not good to have these real feathers in the spaces. So regardless, we proved they were real. And our team had followed protocol best they could. They got to sign off on things, you know, presented our protocols and procedures, but incorrect information from the vendor had brought in an unintentional danger, and these things happen. Next slide, please. So the important takeaways for me on this was that it is really important to have clear, strong guidelines of what you can bring into the museum for events, but things still happen. And in which case, it's almost equally as important to have IPM buy-in from all departments, because when you have that, when an event happens, people can react quickly. You don't have to spend time telling them why it's important or trying to get them to care. Everyone cares, and everyone works quickly to find a solution and to prevent it from happening again. So it was a great opportunity for us to revisit our policies and guidelines. And that's the reminder I'd like to send out today, that before, you know, we reopen, now is a great time to do that for your institutions. And in fact, for this instance, we updated our policies that very same day. And we said that in addition to real feathers, synthetic feathers would not be allowed for event spaces. So hopefully we are now stronger and better protected going forward. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Next up, we have Anna. Let me see.
Hello.
Give me 1 second to figure out where your presentation has gone on my computer, Anna. Here we go.
Thank you. So, hello. First of all, I would like to thank you for the organization of this first ever public presentation. It's really a wonderful opportunity to hear the latest research or mysteries on museum integrated pest management. With this pandemic scenario, really provides new ways of traveling and meet new people too. And I'm glad we can all still meet and work to improve our expertise in a easier way with this kind of event. So thank you. I'm the Preventive Conservator Subcoordinator at the Storage, Conservation and Restoration Department of Sport Lisboa e Benfica, Cultural Heritage. Next slide, please. I would like you to talk to you a little bit before of Sport Lisboa e Benfica. So we are an eclectic sports club. We were founded in 1904. With the purpose of promoting and practicing football, as well the practice and developing several sports. In these 117 years of existence, we had 52 different kinds of sports practices, and 29 are still operating. We have a big representation in all around the world with our almost 260 Benfica houses. We have around 221,000 members also around the world. So it's the sports club with the biggest significance in Portugal. Next slide, please. I will tell you about Estádio da Luz. Estádio da Luz is our home, is the home of Sport Lisboa e Benfica. This structure was completed in 2003 for the 2004 UEFA European Football Championship. It has capacity for 65,000 people on game day. I believe it gets full on game day, not now, not currently, but we miss it very much to watch the games. And we hope soon we'll be able to do it again. We miss the vibration of the stadium on game day. So where are we? We are located in Lisbon in an urban area. Nevertheless, we are nearby a massive forestry. So we have to pay attention to that too in our insect matter. So this is the current residence of the material assets of this centenarial club. Objects that are associated with great historical moments and the athletic achievements and the athletes and teams of the club. This is why we are so unique. We believe, we know that we are the first sports club dedicating a cultural heritage department in charge of the preservation, study, and communication of this history and this kind of heritage. Next slide, please. So here is our cultural heritage department. We are responsible for ensuring the preservation, valorization, and communication of the memory and the historical and cultural heritage of the club. We have 5 sub-departments. We have the curatorship that are in charge of making the exhibitions. We have the storage, conservation, and restoration department. We have the documentation and information center, the mediation education services. We have the production. But today I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about the storage, conservation, and restoration department because it is where I work. So here we are. To our guards, we have the objects that are associated with great historical moments of this club. We have our forms of accession, our sports achievement, offer, and bequest. Our vast collection is in its maturity represented by multiple competitions like cycling, underwater activities, weightlifting, field hockey, football, of course, and many others. Our collection is composed by almost 35,000 objects. Our oldest trophy is a silk bag from the beginning of the foundation of the club from 1904. Per season, and this is a really good aspect of our collection too, we have new incorporations. About 300 objects are incorporated on our collection. Next slide, please. Oh, you are already there. Oh, next. I think it's next again. So, no, backwards, please. Sorry. Thank you. So, the storage, conservation, and restoration department has a double function. It's a storage area and it's a working space. So we have to make compromises. Our department is under the stands of the structure of the stadium. We occupy an area of 900 square meters. We have 4 storage rooms, a photographic studio, a disinfestation room with an anoxia chamber. We have a laboratory and a working room for conservation and restoration activities. Here work 10 professionals specialized in several areas such as conservation, restoration, art history, photography. These storage rooms here are stored, organized, and correctly package all the pieces that make the club's trophies and offers. Our main responsibilities are the conservation and restoration of the collection, a regular update of our permanent and temporary exhibitions, and of course, the assessment of all the items of the collection. Next slide. Thank you. So the beginning. The challenge was made in 2009. We've gathered a team of professionals and we set our goals. When we started, we found that the collection was in a very poor condition. It hadn't been the priority of the club, but it was necessary to sanitize, organize, catalog, and photograph everything to have the real sense of the club's collection. The work was hard, but we couldn't say no to this challenge. Next slide, please. So we had lots of infestation problems. Several objects were destroyed. We start by cleaning all the collections to get rid of the pests dust. It was the first step and allowed us the observation of the collection, the reduction of the risks associated to its degradation. And it was a long process. It took us 4 months to complete with 5 people every day working full on it. Next slide. So we chose anoxia disinfestation to suppress the biological activity. This process, you know by heart that it creates this oxygen-free environment and eliminates the insects. It took us to 20 bubbles of anoxia to contain the entire collection. So currently, we acquired equipment, anoxia chamber that we used it in the beginning to clean and to sanitize all the objects that come every year to our collection. But lately, we don't have problems, so we use it to help other institutions that don't have this kind of chamber to use it to disinfect their collections. So, like I said, it took us 20 anoxia bubbles to contain the entire collection. Next slide, please. Thanks. So this is us today. The objects are identified, cataloged, described, and they are assigned with a barcode and the exact precise location. We have a database that we use to know exactly where and each object are located. For special objects, we use them also special packaging. So what we do today to prevent new infestations, we don't have an infestations for the last 8 years at all. We are completely bug free. So next slide. Oh, okay, you did it. Thank you. You might feel that it's a small steps, but small steps took us to great victories. We have regulation of the temperature and the relative humidity, and we kept our spaces with a very low temperature. We work between 16 and 19 Celsius degrees. It's a little bit chilly here. Yes, it is. We put a jacket on. It's okay. That's not a worry. We don't have windows. We don't eat in here. So we have a low humidity also between 45 and 65%. So, and these values are maintained and promote a stable, bug-free environment. We feel sorry when a bug gets in here by accident. We feel sorry for it. So they don't want to be here. Next slide, thank you. So another thing that we do to our collection too, that we feel that takes us big results, is that every year the collection is checked. Every object is checked, ensuring that all anomalies are detected, they are evaluated and fixed in timely manner. How we do it? We do every other year a collection assessment and a collection cleaning. Each survey consumes a quarter of the department's annual activity. Its main goal involves all the staff, but it's an investment of time, but has proven to be effective. Next slide. Well, 10 years later, like I said, we have a bug-free collection with no incidents. Like I said, also, this is the ultimate victory for our conservation team. And the prize is a safeguarded collection. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. My son, who is a Benfica fan, I think this will be the only time he was interested in integrated pest management.
Great.
So, Elizabeth, let's get you queued up.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be speaking with you all today, and I've so enjoyed the presentations thus far this morning. I'm going to give a brief introduction to my proposed PhD research in the hopes to elicit some feedback and suggestions from anybody who has similar experiences or interests. So you can go ahead to the next slide. Okay, so my project is about looking to traditional ecological knowledge or tech for insect occurrence that have played in preventive conservation. As you may know, tech is knowledge of the environment in a particular place. It's sometimes called indigenous knowledge because it often relies on indigenous communities for development and perpetuation. It's refined and shared across generations through oral stories in cultural practices. And of course, communities around the world have had to deal with the issue of protecting valued materials, including growing and stored food from insects. So pest management is actually a really common theme in tech research today. So you can go ahead to the next slide. So my hope is that looking to ecological knowledge, we can develop additional tools for our toolkit. So the challenge of incorporating tech in conservation beneficial aspects. For example, much of this research is specific to a certain locality, but because of that, tech offers solutions that are local and don't need to be imported or travel long distances. And they require little energy to prepare. So we're looking at very sustainable and cost-effective options. I'm thinking in particular institutions in remote areas of the world may not be able to access other pest tools on a regular basis, and who really have to ensure that the tools do have work reliably. I think there's also great potential here to address the needs of source communities who may not be supportive of other types of insect treatment being used on their cultural items, but who may be comfortable with natural solutions or they're familiar with. So there's a cultural sustainability element here as well. Head to the next slide.
Hi, Elizabeth. I'm just going to break in real quick. We're having some lag on your presentation. Maybe if you turn your video off, we have better audio.
Thank you so much. I don't know if that is better or not.
So far.
Okay. Okay, so in my research, I'll be documenting how traditional solutions currently being used in collections care. When adopting additional solutions, it's so important to accurately understand and translate context. The certain details of proximity, quantity, and origin can really have a great effect on the success. So I'll also be doing experimental work to refine protocol for developing certain traditional pest management solutions. And my hope is that this project will show how traditional ecological knowledge can be fully incorporated into that is culturally sensitive, effective, and sustainable. Next slide, please. So by way of example, I'll just share one of the traditional solutions I am focusing on. So neem is culturally significant pest current indigenous to the Indian subcontinent. It has for centuries been a part of Ireland and is still used in medical treatment. So there are no known health concerns for humans. Azadirachtin is the active ingredient. It's classified as a flavonoid or anti-feedant, and it is also capable of the physiological processes of insects such as ovulation and fertility. This active azadirachtin is found in all parts of the neem tree and is synthesized, so preferably sourced from this neem tree. And the US EPA has recently registered it as a pesticide for both indoor use. So these photos were taken at a museum in India where neem leaves or dried neem leaves are used. I found examples where neem oil is used in certain contexts. So in case the dried leaves are first dried and placed in a large cloth sachets and closed, they're kept in textile storage areas and rotated out regularly. So 2014, we have 8 museums having textile collections in the Indian state of Uttar Pradesh found that dried neem leaves were used in each of the 8 museums that were surveyed to some extent. And in those museums, damage from silverfish, worm beetles, mold were among the primary concerns collections. Also, of these 8 museums, 7 either no technical conservation staff or no special equipment for conservation. Preventive conservation or preventive care measures particularly important. So planning to look into this further, and also very interested in pest management used in Native America to consider that as well. You can go ahead to the next slide. So if it's brought to mind any examples of traditional, indigenous, or pest deterrents, please me and let me know. Even if you have an instance where they were tested and found to be successful, I'd really like to know that too. I'm definitely in the stage of gathering anecdotal accounts and seeing where they lead. Accounts are, after all, how knowledge is typically shared, so it's very fitting. So thank you for your time and attention, and that's it for me.
Thank you, Elizabeth, and thank you so much to all of the speakers in our first block of talks on pest management and practice. We're going to head straight into our second block of talks that look at various resources available for people doing IPM. And bear with me, we're going to start off with Lisa Goldberg and a presentation on the survey work done by the Museum Pest Survey Group. Take it away, Lisa.
Okay, since our first meeting in 2002, the Museum Pests Working Group priorities have been guided by results of occasional surveys in the field. In 2019, we conducted a worldwide survey to capture recent trends. Next slide. Oh, I'm sorry, I have to do it too. I'll start by saying that we learned as much from the process as we did from the results. Our team included curators, conservators, collections managers, conservation scientists, and pest management professionals. None of us are data scientists. The data we received is very complex, and we weren't able to answer all of our research questions, but what we learned from this experience will inform the design of future surveys and may inform some future IPM work. I'll present today a few of the conclusions that provided some insight into the state of pest management and cultural heritage today. And we'll be giving a longer and more detailed explanation of the data at the upcoming AIC joint spinach meeting in June, and hopefully also at the Pest Odyssey meeting in the fall. Next, we were hoping to learn about how the field of cultural heritage IPM has developed over the past 20 years since our group started. Who is doing IPM? Can we see trends among different types of different institutions? What sources have been put towards IPM and have they changed over time? Our group believes that there are increased resources for and awareness of IPM, but have these had an impact? Can we see trends in how museums are responding to the introduction of pest management programs? And can we see if the Museum Pest Network, net site is meeting the needs of our community? We received 377 responses from institutions worldwide as distributed through various listservs. Our survey was in English, so geographic distribution here, as seen on the map, is unsurprising. We received the most responses from general and natural history museums and the fewest from science and technology museums. And of note, specialized museums were also geographically determined. Next, please. We wanted to know if there was a correlation between the type of institution, general annual budgets, and the percentage of funding expended on pest management. But the results were very difficult to interpret, as it was clear that the majority of respondents could not or did not report about their institutional or departmental budgets. Next. Where budget information is available, funding for pest management activities still appears to be low. Less well-funded institutions have the lowest funding resources for IPM, which is somewhat not surprising. And also interesting was, again, the large percentage of I do not know. Next, please. Unsurprisingly, collection staff are generally responsible for pest management. Correlating budget with IPM responsibility shows that institutions with the highest budget size are also most likely to use contractors with certified pest licenses. Institutions with a dedicated IPM position are rare and seem to be concentrated among large institutions that have larger IPM budgets. Next. We were also interested to see if there were any noticeable trends in pest populations. For simplicity, we categorized pests into 6 large groups. For example, damaging moths, damaging beetles, silverfish, and book lice, etc. When we looked at the data, clearly the one takeaway is that the size of the green bars indicates that most people said they had insufficient data to answer the question. And this is from respondents who indicated that they were trapping and recording the data. It's unclear whether respondents didn't mine their own data accurately and fully respond to the survey questions, or whether we could have asked the questions in a different way. While slight, if you look at the chart, there does seem to be an increase of pest captures for each category, with perhaps a larger increase for nuisance pests. Whether this is an artifact of increased vigilance or better memory for the most recent past, we can't ascertain. Next. When we correlated temporal data with geographic locations, some interesting results emerged. Damaging moths were noted with temporal increases in Northern Europe and the North American continent. And we see incidences reported largely in coastal areas. So the top one is 1 year and the bottom one is 5 years or more. In contrast, for damaging beetles, silverfish, and book lice, there were much wider geographical spreads and we couldn't see any patterns. Next, please. We also collected data about treatment used on collections within buildings and exterior spaces. For the treatment of collection items, low temperature freezing was the most commonly used treatment, both by count and geographic distribution. The number of respondents using anoxia was very low, and plotting it geographically resulted in some significant differences. So the highest percentages for use of anoxia are seen in Canada and the US, and no one in Australia or the UK is using these treatments. A heat map correlating treatments used with budget discloses that institutions with higher budgetary frameworks are more apt to use anoxia, suggesting that there is a financial barrier to performing these treatments. It's hard to see on these graphs, but the the blocks of color indicate the frequency. So the darker the block, the more frequent the response. For indoor spaces, our initial data showed that trapping and the use of chemical products were the most common indoor treatments used, with lethal traps leading at approximately 82%. But when we looked at the heat map, when we correlated the type of treatment with budget, the trends indicated that lower funded institutions did not report the use of chemical baits and desiccants as frequently as higher funded institutions. Note that across the board, do not treat indoors and not responsible for treatment is still very weakly reported across all funding categories. For outdoor spaces, we uncovered a few trends. The blue boxes indicate or highlight responses showing a significant percentage who indicated that their institution never treats these areas or that they are not responsible for treating them. The darker purple box indicates that institutions in the middle budgetary range were more likely to use chemical products, suggesting the use of licensed contractors. We think this data indicates the need for more engagement between collections care professionals and contracted pest applicators. And perhaps this is an opportunity to educate our community about the efficacy and necessity of exclusion strategies and to promote them on the MuseumPests site. When we asked where monitoring takes place, we also saw some trends. It seems that we as collections professionals are most focused on collection, storage, and exhibition spaces, and not so much on egress routes, public spaces, maintenance spaces, and exteriors. Data collected on change in pest populations by location demonstrates that in monitored spaces, pest populations generally stayed the same. But for those that reported a change in pest populations, most reported more reported a decrease in these collections areas or areas that collections staff would monitor. However, if you look at the size of the decrease, you'll notice that the spaces of less concern to collections professionals, such as building exterior, show lower decreases. Next, please. We also looked at what is needed to advance the efficient use of IPM in cultural heritage institutions. The orange bar shows that online resources and relative literature were seen as the most needed and most used. When we correlated the use of the site, MuseumPests, with institutional budget, we saw a clear relationship between budget size and awareness, with the use of the site decreasing with decreasing budget range. This suggests that we need to make more of an effort to reach smaller and lower funded institutions. Next. So we spent a lot of time trying to map and understand our complex data. We think we see the following trends. We are using IPM in our approach to control pest populations. Many institutions have invested time and effort in creating these policies, procedures, and guidelines to limit pest activity. Funding for IPM activities still appears to be pretty low. We lack museum professionals who are educated in pest management at an academic or licensed level. IPM tasks are performed mainly by collection staff. However, we see many mid-sized institutions contracting pest management work, so this may be an area where we want to explore alliances with pest control professionals. Knowing that low temperature is the predominant treatment choice for collections and anoxia has geographic and fiscal limitations, we can tailor how we present the information on the Museum Pest Solutions pages, and we may need to indicate on our website what solutions are available or legal in different parts of the world. The cultural heritage community relies on online resources for pest management information. We need to ensure that under-resourced institutions know about our site, and we were unable to draw any irrefutable conclusions about from our data about increases or decreases in pest activity, or whether IPM is making inroads into helping control pest populations in cultural heritage collections. Lastly, we realized that we could have constructed the survey with more clarity and specificity. For example, we chose to allow open text answers to many questions, and the results were very difficult to quantify and include in our data sets. We also neglected to ask some very basic questions that now seem obvious. And we also wondered if there might be another better way to collect data about pest increases in pest response. We learned a lot using Tableau, thanks to Julie Unroe, about how to visualize our data, and we look forward to presenting some more of our nuanced analyses in future presentations. And in the future, maybe we'll integrate what we've learned into another survey, but that is something for the future. Next slide. So thank you to everyone who participated, who took the time to respond to the survey, and to all the professionals who participated in evaluating the results, providing extra information, and especially to all the team members who put this together. And that's it. Thank you,
Lisa. Next up, we have the exciting launch of Museum Pests in Espanol. Jessica?
Yeah, hi, thank you. And thank you all for your presentations. It's really exciting, and we just add to the excitement. We're announcing that we're launching MuseumPests.net in Espanol. Could you go to the next slide? As you all know, Museum Pest is one of the most comprehensive sources for integrated pest management for cultural institutions. And from the get-go, it was already in the plans to have it in other languages. And 2020, in come COVID-19, and it's a great opportunity to actually get the translation going. So there was an initial meeting with Rachel, Matt, and Leon to discuss what to do. And so we got 10 people across the globe, museum professionals and IPM enthusiasts, started Zooming at different hours and in different ways. And from that, we can go next slide. Basically, the result is that 90% of Museum Pests is now, we have a mirror site in Spanish, and some areas we left in English, such as the blog, but basically now it has all been translated. We're still polishing some of the details, and throughout this we had several challenges. Could you please go to the next slide? Oh, there you can see it in Spanish. It exists, and we will also invite you to come check the website. Next slide, please. And so a lot of when you get 10 people from different countries of origin and also located in different places, we noticed that we had a lot of challenges. First and foremost, the lexicon and the terminology, how it varies not only in Spanish, but in regions. And so therefore we setting up a glossary for us to be able to even understand each other better, and also to decide what would be the correct tone to use throughout the site. We also verified that there were like grammatical errors, or that everything is written in the same tense. Then this we did through several proofreading, making sure that several pairs of eyes reviewed each part of each section in the website. And also one of the things was keeping up what was happening in the main site in English, and making sure that it's also translated in a way that is clear. Next slide, please. And throughout this project, we wanted to be aware that translation is really difficult. Like, it's not in vain that we say it's lost in translation. Making sure that everything is comprehensive, that the main idea gets across. So we were very aware of how we were translating. A lot of discussions took place, making sure the terminology, the tone, and the main idea would be translated, but also be able to be implemented in each place. In addition, please, next slide. While doing the work, we were able to also, as a bonus, we spotted some of the issues that are in the English site, like broken links or other typos, things that we were able to correct. And also we decided that one of the best resources that we noticed that people really use, and that are all the fact sheets and the PDF documents and So since this is not content on the website, we decided to also take this down and be able to translate it apart and be able to bring these resources to also link them to the website. And we also started reaching out to other specialists and consulting with the entomologist, taxidermist. We're still doing part of this, but to be able to make sure that we have the right terms for how we're using it, like the common names of insects in different regions, and to be able to make sure that the resource is efficient and well used. And next slide, please. So what's next is to actually going from translating to interpreting and trying now to also add and to the knowledge that is in this amazing corpus that is MuseumPests.net. And so for that, next slide, please. What we're trying to do now is, first of all, promote MuseumPests.net in Spanish, start to recruit other IPM specialists globally, and especially in Spanish-speaking countries, conduct a survey to understand what are the needs across Spanish-speaking countries, and also to encourage more collaboration and opportunities for research and training. And yeah, to add to this. So next slide, please. I can say that for me personally, this project has been enriching and fun. It's amazing. It's been a great opportunity to work with the people listed here: Armando, Christian, Silvia, Fabiana, Laura, Sandra, Maria, Beatriz, Amparo, and also, of course, Rachel, Matt, Leon. It's been really, thank you so much. And so next slide and final slide. Thank you. Please come visit us at s.museumpest.net. And if you have any questions, we have our email, which is info@museumpest.net. And hopefully you will be able to find more information regarding this in all of Museum Pest social media with the hashtag Plagas de Museos and Museum Pest en Español. And that's it. It's very exciting. Thanks.
Thank you, Jessica, and to the entire team and Apoyo for all the work. This has been an inspiration to watch you guys push this forward throughout the last year. It's been one of the things that I count as a big pandemic win. And it's going to be interesting to start to see the stats now that people know that the site is live and out there, and we'll hopefully look forward. If you have built it now, hopefully people will come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Krista, you want to unmute yourself?
Sure, I am unmuted. Should I get going? Hello, and I'm Krista D.C. Quinn, and I am super excited to be here and be part of the resource section of this series of presentations. I remember when I started about 30 years ago, to date myself, that there wasn't that many. There certainly wasn't Museum Pests, which is a great website, which I've been happy to support over the years. And there was a few books here and there. And so I was really excited when Museum Pests came online. So can we go to the next slide, please? So I wrote a book pretty recently, and it is a toolbox of cultural, mechanical, and physical strategies to control pests. It's intended for museums without professional integrated pest management members. As Lisa pointed out, there's a lot of institutions that do not have, from the survey, do not have professional level IPM people. And maybe it's the person who got stuck doing that job at the museum, and maybe they don't want to do that. But I wanted to create a resource of empowered learning. And so I ended up getting a grant in 2019 from the North Central IPM Center, and also some support from Green Shield. And in 2019, I came to the Museum Pests meeting, And I presented some rough sketches from my book to the Museum Pest members. And I just wanted to say thank you to all of you who both reviewed my book before it came out and gave me encouragement to write it. Also, thank you to the staff of the Spurlock Museum. And I just wanted to let people know that it is available for free. IPM is a lifestyle, and it offers a toolbox of cultural, mechanical, and physical strategies. You know, you can remove pest conductive conditions and proactively exclude pests from your building. Since my book has become available, it has been downloaded over 700 times. I have given away 325 hard copies. And I just got, Oman is a new country today that just downloaded, and about every day I get 4 or 5 downloads of the book. I still have some physical copies that I give to, you know, people can pay for shipping, and, you know, I can send those out. That supply isn't unlimited, but I did send some supplies to Insects Unlimited. I sent many to people who helped me review my book, and I was very appreciative of that. Next slide, please. This book was created as the book I would have given myself 30 years ago, and that you don't need to inspect all your artifacts daily, monitor 500 traps, and keep every inch of your museum spotless and seal every crack to practice IPM. You know, that basically if you stay calm and do a little bit every day, so maybe you declutter, maybe you add a covered trash can. We found that when we did a deep clean of our museum, vacuumed very deeply the baseboards and everything else by tracking it, we found that we reduced our domestic population by 80%. That's 80. So a lot of it is housekeeping, it's decluttering. Anything is a little bit, any step is a step towards successful IPM. Next slide, please. So infographics are fun. So leading workshops, university teaching, and as a neurodivergent person, I find that accessibility is a key for empowered learning. That sometimes it's very difficult if you've never done this before, or you find pests are scary, and you know, maybe you don't feel that this is something that you can do. But I just wanted to present something that anybody can follow, and that it's something that you can just have a little bit of a start. So maybe you feel like you can read one graphic, you feel like maybe I can get it, I can do that type of thing. So I think that when I was teaching, these were the kind of slides I was presenting. And so I thought there needs to be one place to be able to find that, to maybe get somebody started, to maybe feel like, okay, I can start my journey on IPM, and then I can start really nerding out, and I can really start going and learning more and more and more. And final slide, please. So I would encourage, if you have anyone who's starting, or even somebody who hasn't, you know, if you're starting, or maybe if you're a seasoned professional, this guide is available to you. You only have to fill out a couple of questions, like where your country of origin is. That basically supports, you know, the information that we give to our granting agency. So thank you very much.
It has been amazing to see this develop. I'm so envious of your amazing infographics, Krista. And in addition to the QR code and everything, we do link directly to Krista's resource and her, you know, the download site from the homepage of MuseumPests.net and elsewhere within the site. So
I am so appreciative of that, and that has probably, you know, extended the reach of the book and everything else. And so I really do appreciate the support, and I just want to be presenting a reliable resource out there just to get people started. And it's like a guide you can walk around, you can take with you. And like I said, it's pretty accessible in the ways that it's empowering.
It takes a village. Thank you, Krista.
Thank you.
Next, we have information on some new resources from the Museum Pest vertebrate group.
Yay. Hi, everybody. I'm Julia Sobalski, and I am really happy to have a chance to talk to you this afternoon about some of the recent efforts on the part of the working group to develop IPM resources related to vertebrates. You're all familiar with the Museum Pest website, and if you are, you're aware of the rich variety of really wonderful resources there that support IPM for insect pests. But much less has been developed that pertains to critters with fewer than 6 legs. And so as you'll see in a moment, we got this effort going with rodents. So for a few years, our group has been known somewhat ingloriously as the rodent group, but we're expanding to include other vertebrates in this effort and have taken the opportunity to rebrand ourselves. So we are now the vertebrate group. Still looking for a catchy name. So if you have ideas, please share them. But I'm going to provide a little report on the recent developments of our group and show you where you can go to find some of these resources. So this effort got going a few years ago. I think it was in 2018 at our working group meeting. I'm sure many of you know Tom Parker. Tom Parker shared with our group at that meeting a wonderful library of images and insights from a lifetime of working in pest consulting. And he was focusing on the house mouse. And that library was really loaded with memorable images, some of them surprising, like all of the amazing things that mice will actually eat, from candles to soap, some of them kind of revolting, and all of them really informative. So that initiated an effort to build a resource that compiled those images with the knowledge that he had shared and knowledge on the part of other people in the group to put together something that could be a reference for people in their own IPM efforts. And so we decided to build a illustrated guide to house mouse exclusion and monitoring. Actually, could you go back one slide? And just before I go on, I just want to acknowledge the work on the part of all of the people who've kind of contributed to this effort, who are listed there. So, okay, thanks. Next slide. So this resource, this guide to house mouse exclusion, it has a lot of, it's really densely packed with information, and it's got a lot of stuff inside of it. So I'm going to share a little selection of slides to give you a sense of what's in there. It starts with quick facts that speak in great detail to the destructive potential of rodents. For example, the fact that a mouse can have up to 60 pups each year, and that mice don't require access to standing water to survive just food and harborage. Next slide. And then we go into general guidelines for exclusion. You know, reminding people that successful exclusion requires closing holes that are smaller than 1/4 of an inch, and providing a lot of information about what materials to use and what materials not to use. Next slide. The next section is focused on monitoring and inspection with guidance about how and where to look for mouse trails, things like how to use a UV light. The next slide. We've got nice, clear instructions about how to position snap traps for the greatest success, how to use double trapping, how not to position mouse traps. Next slide. There's also a handy guide to droppings. Many people confuse mouse and rat and cockroach droppings. So we've got some images that will help people clearly identify what you have. Next slide. From there, the guide is generally organized by location. So I've just kind of pulled a few slides here to kind of illustrate that, but it moves through different parts of a structure from exterior to interior. This section, the section dealing on interiors includes information about weep holes and masonry. It also covers entrances, exits, garage doors, things like that. Then moving into the interiors, it looks at basements and crawl spaces, kitchens, bathrooms, attics. Next slide. Offices, exhibition spaces, and gets into all of the particularities of these different spaces. And in putting this together, the intention was to really try to make this as useful as it can be to people who may be working with different kinds of spaces, not just museums, but also historic structures, historic homes, things like that. And then from there, it wraps up with a section on, that covers interior and exterior baiting and trapping. In there, there's some good guidance about how to have a positive, successful working relationship with your pest management professional, some considerations for using rodenticides, as well as some really important cautions against using some of those materials indoors. It's just fantastically packed with information. So I encourage everybody to check it out or share it with anyone that you think would benefit from that. The next resource that I wanted to draw your attention to is a new conservagram that was written by Fran Ritchie and published by the National Park Service, like all conservagrams. If you're not familiar with the conservagrams, these are put out by the Museum Management Program on a really wide variety of topics related to preservation, and they're all available for free download via the link at the bottom of this slide, but you can just Google conservagram NPS and you will find them. This one is specifically geared toward recognizing rat and mouse damage. So it grew out of and alongside the work that the group has been doing on the house mouse guide that I just described. Next slide, please. It has great images and sections that cover rat and mouse biology, how to detect activity, where to look, what evidence of activity looks like, guidance for exclusion monitoring and trapping and housekeeping, and then nice photos to support all of that. And this kind of complements another conservagram that preceded it that describes insect damage. So it's sort of a nice pair. Next slide. So both of those resources and others, I should say, are either now present or will be present within the next 24 hours as links on the Museum Pests website. And they're located under solutions for vertebrate pests. So you can either use the tabs or you can just use the search bar to find those. Next slide. We've put these as well as other really great resources in a curated set organized around kind of key questions that somebody might be coming to the website to answer. And so this page, next slide, includes the house mouse guide, the conservagram, and a bunch of other great resources. And so here's a section for mice and rats where you can find them, but next slide. We've also started to build out sections on some of the other vertebrates. So you can see a section here on squirrels. And thanks to the work of Joel Varan, we have also got coming some great content on possums and woodchucks and bats and skunks and raccoons. So it's going to be a really rich section of the website. The content that we have so far is really generally focused on North American species, and we'd like to be as global as we can. So just a reminder that if you have expertise related to nuisance wildlife from other areas and can speak to prevention and mitigation solutions for those, we'd love to talk to you about integrating even more into these pages. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Julia, and to all of the other people who have worked so hard and capturing Tom's experience and adding your own to create these resources. I think hopefully people are getting a sense of how Museum Pests can be used to convey this information, bring people together to sort of work on your own issues and create resources for others, and connect with other people who are doing great things out there so that we can spread the word and do good for everyone. So thank you all. Let's see, next up we have Anne Sheftel. Take it away, Anne.
Well, thank you so much for the chance today to share with you my 50 years of experience with the risk of pests in monasteries. Greetings from Halifax, Nova Scotia. Next, please. During the past 50 years, I've always felt honored to be invited into monasteries and nunneries. We have deep respect for centuries-old traditions. We are nowhere or in any way criticizing traditional usage that may, in a material sense, affect sacred art forms, especially not within their monastic content. Next, please. Treasure Caretaker Training is a registered nonprofit for preservation of Buddhist monastery and community treasures. In non-pandemic times, we lead on-site preservation workshops for nuns, monks, community leaders, scholars, artists, etc. Risk assessment is such an important part of each workshop, and the categories are adjusted for monastery life. Almost every risk and hazard occurs in a monastery, and frequently. Preservation of historical treasures in monasteries depends on knowledge of the caretakers, not on external efforts. The caretakers within the monasteries. Every monk or nun has personal experience with the risk of pests. And in our workshops, they share their own experiences and offer solutions. Next, please. During the pandemic, we're in touch with our monastery and community colleagues and receive confidential requests for preservation advice. We're busy presenting Zooms on preservation topics to monasteries, their communities, and to other people, if you're interested. We're writing and publishing online and free of charge Preservation of Buddhist Treasures resource, written in response to questions from the monasteries and illustrated with images from the monasteries. Now, each chapter is reviewed by conservators, scientists, scholars, and monastics. Hey, we sincerely thank Lou Sorkin for his comprehensive review and suggestions of this chapter on pests. Thank you, Lou. I speak from personal experience about pests in monasteries. Okay, I've been bitten by dogs 3 times and treated for rabies. One of the bites was deep and vicious. I was attacked by a monkey with brain virus and had to undergo strong antiviral treatments and still have scars from its nails. In a nunnery guest house, I was bitten by spiders while sleeping and have a 5-inch round area of scarring from the reaction. Next, please. Monastery experiences with pests are described by participants themselves during our Preservation of Monastery Treasures workshops. Briefly, here are some stories from monks, nuns, and community members translated for you in English. Monkeys, 1,000 monkey stories, getting into buildings and trashing the place, using tankas as climbing, smashing our solar panels, pulling down electrical wires. Cows and rats, eating through electrical wires. Our roof is so torn, rats are frequently coming down from the roof. I don't kill them, but keep a rat catcher. I put butter bread so they like it. And when I come back to my room, I carry them far away. Etc., etc. There's so many stories. Next, please. Here is the key point of my 10 minutes. In monasteries, the threat of pests is complicated. While pests destroy precious treasures, many Buddhist teachers say that you are not allowed to harm any living being in response. Next, please. Please allow me to introduce you to some monastery pests and what they are busy doing. Let's begin with insects. Some of a monastery's insect residents include ants, termites, cockroaches, flies, silverfish, clothes moths, carpet beetles, and more. The pest situation differs in every monastery and community, but insects are everywhere. Traditional Buddhist texts are often damaged by insects. Next, please. Texts and tankas are significant treasures within monasteries. Next, please. This is a tanka. Tankas are often damaged by pests. Next, please. Flies. Flies often shelter behind tankas. Flies are attracted to the food and liquor offered during pujas and flick towards the shrine, leaving edibles on the front of a tanka. Next, please. Other insects. Clothes moths, carpet beetles, roaches, silverfish, and other insects all go after the most vulnerable monastery treasures. For example, a silk or heritage woolen robe that has fur trim. Termites have formed a tunnel in the plaster on wood wall of this monastery lachang. The wall painting's disturbed and the termites are causing structural damage to the building. Next, please. Dogs, monkeys, birds, rodents are frequent visitors. In many areas where monasteries, backwards please. In many areas where monasteries are located, feral cats and dogs roam. Although some are kept as pets, most are quite dangerous and roam around in packs at night. Okay, this is important. Some areas say they have inoculated the dogs against rabies. However, the jab requires constant refrigeration, and in areas of fluctuating electrical power, it's just not effective. Monkeys are frequent guests in monasteries and communities. Monastery buildings are often not sealed, and depending on the climate, windows and doors are open. Next, please. When I was invited to advise for a large monastery in a remote area, the monastery administrator stated the major preservation concern of his entire monastery was monkeys. They enter through windows, even through bars, open doors, come within with visitors, gaps in the roof. They enter private rooms, find food, and rip apart the monks' robes and bedding. They continually eat shrine offerings, tear apart traditional texts, and throw statues and texts everywhere. I've been attacked by a monk with brain virus, and it was absolutely terrifying. Next, please. Birds live outside on the monastery roof and above the windows. Next, please. They nest in monastery treasures, for example, in these tankas. Next, please. Birds soil wall paintings everywhere. Next, please. Okay, rat feces outside of this monastery storage room for treasures show that rats are also going inside the storage room. And inspections show that rats had eaten and chewed through textiles and tanka lineage treasures. Food for shrine offerings was also stored within the storage room. Next, please. Rats chewed through the bottom section of this historic tanka. Next. The tradition of offering edibles on shrines and of storing food and other edibles in the shrine rooms and storage rooms invites pests of every description. Finally, what to do? We offer low-cost and practical solutions to our monastery colleagues with locally sourced materials and with respect to religious and cultural considerations. Well, our time together is finished now. Thank you. And please contact us for information about our work in monasteries and with your valuable suggestions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Anne. I think it's a whole different set of vertebrates that that you are focusing in on, and hopefully we can connect you with our vertebrate team and get the benefit of some of your experience. Although the brain monkey thing sounds pretty crazy. So our last short presentation before we have a break is from Suzanne Ryder, who's going to tell us a little bit about plans for the upcoming Pest Odyssey conference, as well as another great new resource that is available. And after that, we will have a 30-minute break, starting up again at 2:30 with our session 2. We'll have 3 blocks, one that looks at data management and reporting. The second is insect behavior, and we'll finish with treatment. So the Zoom will be kept open. You can ask questions if you're watching us on Facebook Live. We have people who are making sure that questions get transferred from there into the Zoom chat. And we hope you'll take a break and come back and join us. for the next session. Sue, take it away.
Hi, thanks, Rachel. Yes, I'm Suzanne Ryder, and I'm on the committee of the Pest Odyssey group in the UK. And I'm just going to tell you a couple of things that might be of interest to you. So the Pest Odyssey group are currently organising the third in a successful series of conferences, the Pest Odyssey 2021. This is going to be a fully virtual conference from the 20th to the 22nd of September this year. We had hoped to host the conference at the Natural History Museum in London, but due to the current circumstances, we've decided that a virtual conference is really the only way we can guarantee a full programme and make it accessible to as many people across the globe as possible. So we've chosen Accelerants to support the conference, which is a powerful virtual event platform. So we hope it will be a smooth online experience. So there'll be, the first 2 days will be presentations and posters, and then the final day will be for workshops. The posters will not be the traditional posters, but 5 minutes, 5 slides, quick presentations. And the call for that is still open. So you have a few days if you want to submit a poster. And then all the publications and posters are peer reviewed, and they will be written up in the conference publication. So we hope to see you there, and so keep an eye on the Pest Odyssey website for the registration to open. Okay, so the second little treat I have for you is a brand new English Heritage poster. What? Just been published. So Dee Lauder and Dave Pinniger have worked really hard and produced this lovely new poster. So I spoke to Dee today, and she tells me that they're due to arrive in the warehouse for distribution next week. And so if you go to the English Heritage website, they are available for free. So if you would like one, go to the website. And that's all for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Sue. We will, of course, link to the poster from Museum Pests, and on our homepage, there's a couple of places where you can also access the content or get to the Pest Odyssey website if you don't remember the URL as well. Thank you again to all of your presenters. You packed a lot of information into 10 minutes. Everyone ran on time. It's sort of a miracle. And we hope that you will come back, whether through Facebook or your Zoom link at 2:30, and we'll start back up again. Thanks so much. Lynn, do you know, is it possible to pause the recording?
That's what I was just trying to look. Yeah, it looks like I can pause.
Lynn, hit record, and Matt, take it away.
Okay. Great. Well, welcome back, everyone, to our next sessions for the Museum Pests public presentation. Public presentations, our first virtual and our first time doing it. So welcome back to those who are joining us again, and welcome to those who are joining us for the first time. Just a little bit about the group, if you are not familiar with it to start. It's that we're, well, we always describe ourselves as an ad hoc group, the Museum Pests Working Group. And we've been a collective group for about, or since 2002, I should say. So, pardon me, about 19 years, which is amazing. So we should have a celebration next year, I think. And we have hundreds of participants worldwide, growing from only a handful from a couple institutions. Pretty amazing, and we're happy to have all the input from various different backgrounds, from entomologists, collection managers, registrars, curators, conservators, scientists, pest management professionals, of course. But then also we have, of course, facilities managers and vendors. We have a couple other individuals that, independent conservators, of course. And that varied background contributes so much to the diversity and truly the fabric of our group. And it's reflected in the content that just keeps improving over the years and keeps adding on. So we like to think we have, and what we strive for is to have an organized order in how we deliver things to whomever would to go on to MuseumPests.net. And that's, of course, a repository for all this hard work and what we work and strive towards. What we spent the past 2 days actually working on virtually. And we generated a lot of new and exciting things. One of which is the ability to take a highly visited part of our website, the identification section, which has our pest fact sheets and our image gallery. And we were able to take that and put it into new software, a new, actually it's based online, called Airtable. And we were able to put that all together and make a much more dynamic and newer format that you can filter, sort, and it allows the user to find your suspected pest a little bit easier. And we have, of course, many photos, in addition to the ability to switch over to Spanish, which is another development that we had over the past year. And truly one of the silver linings to the pandemic was that development. We heard earlier today from our Spanish contingent, did a wonderful job. But yes, so this new way of delivering information on pests, especially the ones that are causing the most trouble in collections, we think will be a wonderful resource, an improved resource for everyone. So we can't do that. Unfortunately, you can't do it for completely free. We have a lot of volunteer hours put into MuseumPests.net and into social media, Museum Pests and Pest List, and of course, things like today with our virtual meeting and virtual session. However, we do appeal for fundraising, and we have two ways of doing that to contribute to Museum Pests. We have that you can go on our website, click on the tab on the side, and it brings up a couple different options there. And then we also have something that we launched this year called Give Butter, which is essentially a GoFundMe type of page. You can go on that page and go and donate at whatever level you like. You see on the side here, we decided to come up with some fun names. So we have SOSIT at the $50 level. It's a little faint. Closed Moths at the $250 level. So if you want to be a silverfish, I think it's 1,000. So I don't know if anyone wants to be a silverfish, but we would appreciate you to be one for us, of course. And we also have the ability to scan it right this minute, the QR code to take you to the website for your donation. We would greatly appreciate it. Of course, not mandatory, but greatly appreciate it. Another fundraising endeavor that we took on, and also something that's just fun, is our merch. We have a merch page. You can see, again, a QR code and the website there. They'll take you right to it, where you can purchase your MuseumPests.net gear and show your pride for not only being a contributor to our website, but also just being a pesty person in quite a unique part of museums and institutions that we kind of all share a bond. And of course, we have our pest list. Our pest list is 800 plus right now, in contrast to 11 people back in the early 2000s. So it's grown substantially and is very active. I know many people, many names I see on the Zoom today have contributed or asked questions. And I think it's absolutely a wonderful resource that we keep going. So join up via the website, send an email, or fill out the form, or you can send an email to chair at MuseumPests.net is another way that we can put you in contact with Leon, our webmaster, and get you signed up. Okay. Well, thank you all again for being here, and we're going to start in here with Tom Strang on the evolution of publicly available data for GIS.
That's actually going to be Kay who is speaking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That
must have changed on my, okay.
No, it's
the presenter.
co-authors. And Kay, take it away. You're live.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Okay. Hi, I'm so happy to be here today. Thank you so much. I am Kaoru Yui. I'm currently working at the Canadian Conservation Institute under the supervision of Tom Strang, the senior conservation scientist. Today, I wanted to share a talk on evaluation of publicly available data for GIS assay of cultural pest hazards in Canada. For a recent CCI workshop, CCI revised their understanding of pest distribution of Canada from improving public sources, including Global Biodiversity Information Facility, abbreviated as GBIF data portal, and also print published checklist data. Next slide, please. This map built by Tom shows the distribution of all the museum pest species of concern in Canada. To generate this map, both GBIF data portal, those are shown as different colored dots, and published checklist data, those are represented as colored provinces, were used. As part of my internship, I have been also assisting with building insect distribution map of Canada, and I'm here today to share our findings and the use of these publicly available tools that we have been using to visualize the insect distribution data. Next slide, please. So first of all, what is GBIF that I've been mentioning? GBIF, which is the Global Biodiversity Information Facility, is an international network and data infrastructure funded by the world's governments and aimed at providing anyone, anywhere, open access to data about all types of life on Earth. This is what GBIF website looks like, and you can search a name of your interested species by either scientific name or with a common name. Next slide, please. So here I searched Teniella basiliella, and what you will see is a number of images and also world map with the locations of where each record is collected. You can also click occurrences, which is marked in the red box on my slide. Next slide, please. And then you can download the worldwide occurrence information, including the geographic coordinates. Next slide, please. Yeah. With this downloaded information, you can create a map very easily by using QGIS, which is a free and open source geographic information system software. It's free and very powerful tool, and it's available for both Mac and Windows users. Here, the world map shows all of the occurrence data of Teniella basiliella that are recorded in GBIF portal. Alternatively, you can install GBIF occurrences plugin on your QGIS. It is a QGIS plugin to directly download and import GBIF occurrence data from the application interface. Once you have QGIS downloaded and open, it is very straightforward process to install the GBIF plugin. You can find how to do it very easily on Google as well. Next slide, please. Thank you. So once you have your QGIS open, you can click and also the GBIF plugin installed. You can click the GBIF occurrence plugin icon on your QGIS. Then once you do that, a pop-up window will show up and you can search your insect by scientific name. And if you want, you can filter some of the information such as countries. Then you can hit load occurrences. Then you'll have your results with all the occurrences recorded on GBIF as dots, as you can see on the slide. The GBIF data sets provide specimen data, including location and date at useful levels of systematic detail for constructing a national picture. The map generated on QGIS with GBIF data can be exported as an image file as well. Next slide, please. So aside from the GBIF, we've also collected information from other sources such as these two books. They both represent systematic reviews of the beetles and moths and butterflies that are known to occur in Canada and Alaska. The beetle checklist book has references of over 8,000 species, and in the moth and butterfly checklist, over 5,000 species are listed. Both are recorded by province, territory, or state in a classification framework. Next slide, please. Using the records published in these books, we created Excel spreadsheets pulling out only the museum pest species that we were interested in with locality information. So those are the province names. Then the spreadsheets data set was combined together with the base map of Canada using QGIS and SQL commands. So this map is highlighting provinces that ever had a record of Lictus species. Next slide, please. Thank you. These are other example maps that show distribution of 4 kinds of moths that digest keratin based on the butterfly and moth checklist. Provinces that ever had an occurrence record of these species are highlighted on these maps. Next slide, please. Next slide, thank you. This effort of comparing the 2 data sets from GBIF and a checklist publication illustrated both richness in detail and likely voice in the data sets. These are the maps of both Lictus species on the left side and Anobium punctatum on the right. As you can see on the map, the GBIF data sets for Lictus species that are shown as red dots only appear in Ontario, but not in other provinces that were recorded on the checklist. And for Anobium punctatum, there is no GBIF occurrence data entry in Canada. There's 1 little dot just outside of Canada, but that's it. So this means that GBIF doesn't yet have enough data. Next slide, please. So to enrich the data set, there is readily available mechanisms such as iNaturalist.org, which is a joint initiative by the California Academy of Sciences and the National Geographic Society. Research-grade data added to the website will be discoverable through GBIF and can be used to improve the distribution data. Next slide, please. So distribution map like this can be a powerful visual communication tool and can be easily generated by using publicly available software and websites as mentioned. With the growth of citizen science, there are means for interested parties to enrich the data sets and improve our understanding of worldwide museum pest distribution. Next slide, please. At the end, I just wanted to mention that the GBIF generate a reference for each occurrence record that is downloaded as well, which is you can see on the top part. And in this presentation, I wasn't really able to share how to build maps in details. However, for anyone who's interested in knowing more about how to build those maps, we'll be happy to answer any questions later. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Carol. And to Tom, it was terrific having you join the group this year. And thank you for the beautiful maps. Jane, let's get you queued up. Okay.
So thank you very much for letting me speak from over here in Cardiff, Wales tonight. If you can give me the first slide. So the talk that I'm going to, oh, the next slide. The talk that I'm going to give is about data collection and data communication. Between this paper that I'm giving and the next one that's going to be presented by Christian Bars, we're really pushing for a bit of a change in the way that IPM data are collected and presented, really trying to move towards a standardization of data collection and more of a focus on user needs in the way that we present findings and perhaps a little bit more attention to visualizations. Now, there's no such thing as perfect evidence-based decision making, but there are things that can be done well or badly. And to collect evidence well, you need to scope out all the issues at play, collect good quality relevant data, avoid common biases such as confirmation bias by seeking evidence to disprove, and considering success in a communication efforts both in technical and emotional terms. I think we need to avoid mixing correlation with causation, and we can't keep hiding from our subjectivity. And finally, we must be careful about using disproportionate resources in an endless quest for data. So in our view, one of the ways to help resolve some of this is before you start to collect evidence, you need to decide what question you're answering. Next slide, please. Now, many conservation practices require the collection and generation of data. We're all doing it in our jobs, I think. And conservation data are not generated purely in their own right. Instead, they're needed to deliver outcomes, such as evaluating the effectiveness of conservation processes or providing reassurance to internal and external stakeholders. So data collection is only of value if the results are interpreted and communicated effectively. So it's, think about the outcomes first and then the data second. Next slide. Now, if we think about the variables that we might want to consider in our advocacy around IPM issues, we might want to reinforce, change, or shape people's ideas. So reinforce might be something like the cleaning regime we've got is working, so let's keep going. Changing might be stop allowing people to eat in this space. And shape might be, can we draw up a loans policy together? So those are all three different kinds of outcomes. And then we also want to affect what people think, what people feel, what people plan to do, and what people do. And so across all those, there's a huge spectrum of different responses to our influence techniques, all of which kind of will follow from our pest monitoring data. So I think when you realize how many different kinds of messages we might want to give out, it does make you question why we're quite so narrow in our approach to data communication. If you can look at the next slide. So all the work that I've been doing around this project with Christian has started with the review of communication of pest data, where we found three fairly ubiquitous formats: the pie chart, the bar graph, and the building plan. And we found that these go-to graphs didn't really represent temporal changes very well, what was happening over time, and we didn't think that they considered user needs except for amongst our own community. So amongst the specialists to understand them, they were fine, but otherwise people didn't have the prior knowledge, the visual interest wasn't very high. And so this grew into a project where I thought a lot about how to communicate data, and Christian thought a lot about how to make sure the data was worth communicating. And you can find some of our other papers on data visualization in the ICOMCC online and in the Swedish IPM conference. If we can look at the next slide. So when we collect evidence to answer a question, we probably do have an outcome in mind. For example, trying to make a manager hire an IPM intern. But if your outcomes involve anything other than making amazing graphs, then you're probably trying to influence someone, a person. And in that case, you'll be more persuasive if you think less about your priorities. Can you click again? And more about theirs when you construct the message. So to turn the data into action, you not only have to study the pests, you have to study the person you're trying to influence. So data collection is just one part of the pest monitoring process, management process, and it's not an end point. So your power of your communication is going to be restrained by factors such as the three on the slide. We do rightly put a lot of effort into our data, so we need to make sure it sits well in the bigger picture. And I think the message is that just because you want people to pay attention to what you're saying doesn't mean that they will. So let's look at these 3 points and see how we might manage them within IPM messages. So if we want to get people to attend to our message, we can make sure that we think about the visuals. We can take advantage of the picture superiority effect. That is that a large part of people's brain is committed to visual processing, so stimulate it to gain attention. And good use of colors and pattern will help hold attention and will aid memory and viewers. So if we want successful visual communication, we need to think about the purpose being clear, about encouraging comparison so that people are stimulating their thoughts. And it's very important that you focus on the information being communicated rather than the methodology of data collection. And again, I think that when you look at what we say about our pest collection, we sometimes focus more on how we collected the data, not what we want to happen. And I think that's quite something that we could sort of work on and improve on. And if it keeps going back to this question, what are the outcomes that we're trying to achieve? Who is it we're trying to influence, and how does our data help that person make the decisions that we want them to make? And I think that will help us with our representation. Can I have the next slide, please? So this figure is pest count data from Amgueddfa Cymru National Museum of Wales 2013-18. I just want you to take a minute to look at this data. It's fairly familiar looking stuff. The green boxes are the spring and the brown circles are the winter totals. And this shows an increased number of pests trapped from 2016 forwards. And as I said earlier, there's a tendency to see what we want to see. Whoop. And what we need to also consider is seeking evidence to disprove our data. So if I show the same data but change the x-axis, and I think if you press return, that'll happen on the slides. There we are. It reveals a very different story. The previous graph might have been easy to accept and act on correlating that increase in pest numbers to an increase in pest problems. But a comparison between the two graphs suggests that the number of pests correlates as much with the density of traps as with the density of pests. And this is therefore a diagnostic and not a causal relationship. So Christian and I worked more on this to improve, test the data capture, and then translate it into better communication. And I'm very pleased to be leaving all the maths of this to Christian, which he'll talk about in a minute. If I can now look at the next slide. So that was one of the barriers to understanding. Another barrier to understanding messages correctly is attribute substitution. Attribute substitution is the process where we answer a difficult to answer question with an easy to answer question. So you swap the question to something that's easier to answer. And it's not uncommon in collections care. It's that thing is, are my collections safe becomes, have I achieved 55% relative humidity? And in pest management, it's also, you see it quite a lot. And it actually acts as a barrier to the effective use of good quality data. And I've kind of got a rule of thumb with attribute substitution. If you're not sure if you might be doing it, look at your graph titles. And if your graph says number of pests in store 3, then you are answering the question, how many pests are in store 3? Which might be your concern, but theirs is probably, are my staffing decisions wise, or will I get this loan? So you need to ask if you're answering meaningful questions about the quality of your IPM practice, perhaps by looking at how you're representing it with things other than the total number of pests. So the next slide. So we have to move into the motivation of people to attend to a message and consider the emotions of decision making. Powerful visual messages can activate attention and people will pull together to avoid a sense of loss. Morgan talked about that at the Peabody Museum. And in this poster that we made, the communication is not a threat-based message, but a positively framed one to make it a positive endeavor. There's nothing in our poster that talks about the hard labor of IPM. You put the number of days since you last had a pest infestation into the poster. It focuses on the message and it encourages comparison between when it's going well and when it's not to encourage behavior change, especially in non-collection areas, which was something that came up in the survey as well, wasn't it? That Lisa talked about, that the non-collection areas were perhaps not being attended to. And perhaps that's partly because they're the domain of people who are not necessarily as interested in IPM as we might be. So that's the last slide. So this poster that we made is informed by the maths of the pest occurrence index that's coming up next, but it works on an emotion to get an action. By visualizing pests in the kitchen crawling over your cups and saucers, it communicates a simple message quickly and intuitively. It requires a low level of attention to understand and explains that pest management is everyone's problem. The use of infographics maximizes the audience who can comprehend the message. And the symbols contribute to focusing attention and reinforcing the message that this is institutionally authorized. Now, we did have the support of Design World in producing this infographic, and it just reinforces the importance of an interdisciplinary team with complementary strengths in devising and communicating collections care strategies. And I will leave it there.
Thank you, Jane. It's another great presentation to show the power of these graphics. Let's get Christian loaded up here.
Brilliant. Thank you, Rachel. That's great. Thanks, Jane, as well. This has been a long-standing project that's been going on for a number of years now. Before I start, I must say that I feel very, very honoured actually to be speaking in the same session as as Tom Strang, although he didn't actually speak. As a student obviously spoke. It almost feels like I've reached the pinnacle of my career. I think it's only downhill from here now. Right, let's make a start. Thank you. Next slide, please, Rachel. Okay, I want to linger a little bit on the data now, of course, and it's essentially the same data that Jane's just briefly used already, and I'm going to be using the exact same data set throughout this entire presentation. The big question really for me is at the beginning, why do I actually monitor pests? What do I want to know? And there are perhaps differences between the questions that I'm asking and the questions that curators are asking, and the questions that management are asking, and perhaps the public. Really, from my point of view, usually I want to know whether my IPM program is actually working. The secondary aim is perhaps to answer the question for management, why on earth are we spending all this money on preventive conservation? And the answer from our point of view is clear, that obviously it's much better to avoid the damage than having to deal with the large calamity. But to get this message across to the people who spend the money is not always very easy. And unfortunately, while there's a lot of information in the IPM literature on what are the pests, which type of objects are at risk from pest attack, how do you find the pests, how do you monitor pests, how do you prevent pests and pest treatments, there's not much information at all that tells you what to do with the data once you collected them. So what about all the data, and what do they mean? What does this graph mean? It appears to suggest really that there's an increasing pest problem, but is that narrative actually plausible once we start looking behind the data and you already know what's coming? Next slide, please, Rachel. That if you present the same data in a number of different ways, it becomes pretty obvious that the number of pests has increased because the pest monitoring program was expanded in this particular case. It can easily go the other way. We all know that occasionally you put some pest monitors out and then you can't find them because they've been chewed up by somebody going through the room with the hoover. They've just been picked by somebody displaced, put in a different, you can't remember where you put them. There's a number of reasons why the number of monitors might change from year to year. And this introduces unintentional bias in the data that you then produce. Next slide, please. So, and that means if you take the same data and actually look at the pest count by monitor, there is pretty much the same amount of pests every year per monitor. So next slide, please. So how do I then actually find out what's going on? This is just kind of to emphasize that the harder you look, the more pests you're going to catch. And in some situations, I've seen graphs like this one as well, where essentially the two different graphs are overlaid on top of each other to help with the interpretation and sort of explain what's actually going on. This, to my mind, is very difficult. I deal with graphs and data every day, but this is still very difficult to interpret, because even though I can see that the number of monitors has gone up, it doesn't really help me understand what's going on with this data set. Next slide, please. I'm going to linger on this slide for a little while, because I appreciate not everybody is perhaps that comfortable with the maths. The idea that we had was essentially to work out an index that integrates a number of factors, and some of this is already being used by other practitioners, but essentially what we try to do is pull in as many various variables as possible to standardize the data and end up with a data set that is then usable and can be interrogated in a number of different ways. So the index that we created is a pretty boring name, the Pest Occurrence Index. I just couldn't think of anything else, and I've had the Mickey taken out of me by a number of people for the dull name. we could call it the Bars-Henderson index, perhaps. I don't know if that's if that helps. Jane's shaking her head there vigorously. But essentially what we'll do is you do your pest monitoring, you enter your pests, all your pest occurrences into your spreadsheet as you normally would. You add them all up, and then you divide that number by the number of monitors that you've employed. You also divide that number by the room size, and we've recently had discussions whether you do that in square meters or in square feet doesn't really matter. And you also, ideally, and this is perhaps the thing that we hadn't really discussed before, the length of time the monitor was actually exposed for, because that also has an influence on how many pests you catch. If you leave your pest trap out for an entire year, you're always going to catch more pests on it than as if you check it once a month. That is, I think, a natural and very logical conclusion. So the length of time, and I have found pest monitors that somebody else had put out 12, 15 years previously, and you can imagine what a horrible gooey mess they were. So you want to integrate all of these factors into one number, essentially. That number then comes out as a rational number, which is expressed as a decimal. Jane and I have had long conversations over the value of rational versus natural numbers. If you're somebody who deals with data all the time, then decimal numbers are no problem to you. But there is a thing. A lot of people do have difficulties with decimal numbers, and there are even publications about this, which we're happy to quote. And because our emphasis is on communication in an easily understandable format to broad types of audiences who do not necessarily have specific mathematical expertise, the result of the POI is then multiplied by a factor of 1,000. That creates a natural number, which means there aren't any decimals. So the numbers then become a lot more easily manageable. The result, essentially, because you're only changing the decimal point, from an analytical point of view, the POI-N, then perhaps a natural number pest occurrence index, bit of a mouthful now, it's getting longer, is still, from the point of view of the analysis, is still just as valuable, essentially the same number. So the decision to introduce a factor is just merely communication led, with the intention of decreasing the natural number bias. So what we're trying to do here really is bringing together psychology and maths, and the only way that works is through very close partnership of the two. Next slide, please. And this is the exact same data again, and just literally presented as the pest occurrence index. And you can see on the scale on the left-hand side, we've got some lovely natural numbers. Now, if we hadn't multiplied by 1,000, then you'd have a lot of 0.00s. And suddenly, the graph that you saw at the beginning that appeared to show a dramatic increase in the pest populations over a 4 or 5 year period, actually now shows that in the first 2-3 years, there's been a dramatic decline of by 50% in the pest populations, and it's now possible to actually use these data as a quality check for your pest management program. What's also a lot more obvious is, and this has been colored in for kind of extra visual effect, all the brown circles are the autumn data. So in this case, the data were collected biannually, once in the spring and once in the autumn, to capture the winter populations and the summer populations. And this is perhaps intuitive, and I'm teaching a lot of people to suck eggs here. But obviously in the summer, the populations are slightly higher than in the winter because activity is slightly larger. That's none of this we were able to see from the original graph, and this is perhaps this is not meant to be a criticism of anybody else, but it is I just want to emphasize that it's incredibly difficult sometimes to figure out from very simple bar charts, anything, we can generate all sorts of graphics these days, but depending on how we handle the data, they become either easy or difficult to interpret. And I suppose our message is that by just introducing a little bit of maths, it becomes a lot more, your interrogation of the data becomes a lot more exquisite and informed. Thank you very much. I just want to, there was this kind of hopefully fits into what Lisa was saying earlier, that we need better data. The data perhaps are already there. It's just about the way we handle the data. And the same as Cole was just saying, not enough data. In some situations, yes, I agree, but I think often it just becomes about how we actually handle the data that we've already got. Great, thank you. I'll shut up.
Thank you, Christian. That was terrific. We're going to continue the sort of synergy with all of this and bring up Melissa's presentation.
All right, thank you, Rachel, and thank you, Jane and Christian, for your wonderful presentations. Jane actually reached out to me before just to see if we could arrange our presentations in a certain order, which I was really excited she did, and you'll see why. Her and Austin and Nathan, my other co-authors, have been in communication with the both of them a lot. I'd also like to point out that this week was my first week participating in the Museum Pests working group, and it was fantastic. I feel so privileged to be part of it, and I'm excited to share some of the projects that we are working on at Conserve with Museum Pests. Can you hit next? Okay, so just a background on Conserve. We are a preventive conservation company focusing on tools specifically for the field. And our first hurdle we've been tackling is remote environmental monitoring with free analytic tools created specifically for collections. We've interviewed hundreds of people working in the field and have continued to hear a need for more integrated pest management tools, particularly if we can analyze temperature and relative humidity alongside that pest data, which, as we all know, is super interrelated. You can hit next. So in these conversations, we have found that people are still having a lot of challenges in this area. Many people are inputting this data into Excel spreadsheets and then really not taking the data much further beyond that. And so we're working really hard to create great analytic tools and visualizations. Pleased to say that we're also going to be incorporating the pest occurrence index into the software that we're making, which is just going to be an excellent way to normalize the data so we can more easily compare it. And one of the biggest things that have come up in our conversations with collections professionals is the difficulty in for people identifying pests confidently. So if you can hit next, Rachel. So this led us pretty early on to realize that we really needed a pest database. And you may have seen in the beginning when Matt introduced the session and early in the morning that the Museum Pests group has adopted Airtable, which was one of our suggestions also, just because Airtable from a software perspective has really good API, which means that it has publicly available information about the code that allows for better integration into other types of software. And so one thing that's really great about taking this database that already lived on Museum Pest and putting it into more of this dynamic software is that it allows things to be updated more easily. Keeping things updated on a website can be quite difficult and require a lot of developer type effort. And it can be uploaded all the time. Museum Pest can control access to the database, but it can also incorporate some crowdsourcing as well. And of course, the search through this database is just going to be light years ahead of what we were used to. Hit next, Rachel. So this is a quick preview of what the Museum Pests database is looking like, especially after these past couple of days where the identification subgroup of the working group busily entered the entire Museum Pests ID sheets into the database. And they've also really started to build up that image gallery in there as well. And eventually this can be embedded onto the Museum Pests website. And also, as we've heard earlier, it's easily adapted into different languages, and Spanish is already pretty much ready to go with this. You can hit next. So you can tell that Austin had been in a lot of conversations with Jane, just really kind of coming up with the important questions that we want to answer when we're creating this database. And so the three ones that we've identified at this stage is how can I identify this pest? And this can be done through pictures and information about the life cycle stages. Why does it matter? This has to do with the risk, what's its diet, what kind of damage does it cause? Is it an indicator of something else that's happening? And what can I do about it? And at this stage, we are largely focusing on the environment. So you can hit next. So we wanted a database to come from an authoritative source that has the ability to curate additions, and the obvious choice was MuseumPests. So this database, the wish was to make this available to researchers. And one thing that's really exciting about Airtable is that we at Conserve can maintain our own version that is fed from the MuseumPests version. And if at any time we decide it would be useful to collect other variables from a data analysis perspective, especially as we start to integrate temperature and relative humidity data, we can do that without interfering with the version that MuseumPests is maintaining. And then MuseumPests then has the capability of forking variables or data points into their canonical version that they can then maintain. You can hit next. So one thing that's also really exciting about MuseumPests is it allows for the creation, of Airtable, is that it allows for the creation of forms that can be shared with the same fields from the database for easy integration of new information. And these forms can live on Conserve, on ZPest, and can be shared through emails and on the MuseumPests website. You can hit next. And so just to kind of explain the forms a little bit further, these forms allow for crowdsourcing that can then be vetted by experts at MuseumPests and then easily integrated into the Airtable. And some of the things that we can query the public about are common names of insects in different languages. Entire new species of insects can be added to the database. The information in the current database can easily be updated, and we can add a whole bunch of images into the database as well. And one thing that's really great about building that image library is that we can have expert-led identification to train algorithms for artificial intelligence. You can hit next. So that's one database. The other one that we're working on is called the Pest Occurrence Database. And this is something that's going to be worked on over time. And the idea is similar to what is being accomplished with the pest recording database from the What's Eating Your Collection initiative, which compiles IPM data sets from collections into a singular database. Our hope is to eventually combine this with a database that we're working on. But what's different about this database is that instead of intentionally uploading a data set to a database on a website, this is going to become a part of your regular monitoring workflow as you use our IPM software. So as you're entering your data into the database, you have the option to add this to the pest occurrence database. And so it's worthy to note that the software, the IPM software from Conserve is not a revenue model for us. In fact, there will always remain a free version. And we want people to use the software to drive value to the field by taking individual spreadsheets that live on individual computers in our respective homes and putting them into a large data structure that allows for more analysis and further data science research into the topic. So some of the things that can that can come from this big data format are the fact that we can start benchmarking trends, particularly on a local level. We can attract other scientists, such as entomologists and data scientists. And the more data we have, the greater capacity to inform machine learning techniques for predictive modeling. As I mentioned, the image gallery with AI identification. We would love to be able to empower individual people with the tools to identify insects beyond just the main culprits that we are trained to identify. And this can build an even richer database of insect activity. Can you hit next? And so in order to build up this database, it just does require people to use the software. If you want, you can screenshot this page right here. The address on the top is to come to our website where you can have access to our environmental monitoring software for free. And then below is an address to get to a list to sign up for a list if you're interested in trying out the IPM software when it's released later this spring. And this is just a fun little preview of the Airtable database that's going to be integrated into the Conserve IPM software. So you can hit next. So there are many, many people to thank for this. Most of all, I'd really like to thank the Museum Pests Working Group for their hard work on entering things into the database this week, and also just the amazing work that they do as a group. With this particular shout out to Rachel, Leon, Matt, and Pat for their leadership, and then also Jane and Christian for the amazing research that they've done and their willingness to collaborate with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. The speed at which this moved was really quite remarkable, and I think everyone's feeling a little shell-shocked but excited about what the future holds on this. And these versions, are sort of a work in progress, but they are live on the Museum Pests website on the fact sheet and image gallery pages, and we hope people will use the Contact Us form on the website or the pest list to start providing feedback. Our last talk as part of this session is Morgan, who's going to talk about her at-a-glance reports for IPM data. Let's get you loaded up.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for attending today's talks. And thank you to Rachel and Matt for spearheading this, and to all the other esteemed speakers taking part today. My name is Morgan Now, and I'm an associate conservator and the IPM coordinator at the Peabody Museum of Archaeology and Ethnology at Harvard University. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge today that I'm presenting from, and the Peabody is located on, the indigenous lands of the Massachusetts tribe. Today, I will be presenting on the new at-a-glance IPM reporting that has been evolving during my time here and where it currently stands. Next. Several important factors impact IPM and pose particular challenges based on the history and background of the museum. One of these factors is the age of the building. Founded in 1866, the museum has never known another address. Over the decades, the building has experienced myriad renovations, including the blocking of fireplaces and old entry points, which can add additional areas of risk in an already old building envelope. The building is also multi-purpose. In just the section that the Peabody occupies, space is shared with multiple academic departments, including their faculty, students, and kitchens, classrooms, and administrative offices. Another important bit of background information is that as part of a university, we have to quote unquote compete for money for our capital projects. So with data collected across 7 floors and coming from multiple departments within the building and from multiple buildings, it became crucial to make it accessible to a wide variety of stakeholders. When I joined the museum in 2017, it was the first time that conservation had been directly responsible for IPM, and I initially began by gratefully following the previous report template on file put together by my predecessor. However, given how our IPM efforts had ramped up following a webbing closed moth outbreak, I found that the reports were getting longer and potentially lugubrious for some. So while the vast amount of data present would be useful in the future for reference or other statistical analysis, it was not doing a whole lot of good in the present if people weren't actually reading it. If you see here, you can see that it's actually at page 14 is the, yeah, that one there. Next, please, Rachel. So given that the sheaf of black and white text didn't seem to be doing it for a lot of people, I pulled back and thought about different ways to get the necessary information across in an easy to understand and accessible way, hopefully. So what you see here is the single page summary report for the museum as a whole, with much of the text and tables condensed into color-coded bite-sized chunks. In the top left, you have the full list of pests found in the museum during the period. The pests are separated by the category of risks they are, such as dermestids or damp indicators. To the right are the totals for each pest grouping, as well as a pie chart to show the percentage breakdown of pests in the museum. On the bottom left is a text box featuring the most notable findings from the period. Information includes pest increases or decreases, possible outbreak locations, new or particularly worrisome pests, and any other important information relevant to the cycle. And I will admit this was the hardest part to condense down, is getting all that text down in just this block. Finally, pest densities are described in the bottom right corner, and I'm looking forward to integrating the different processes and software that has just been described today by Jane, Christian, and Melissa in my future iterations. Next, please. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Here is a close-up view of the breakdown of pests found categorized by type. Colors for the corresponding pest groups were chosen carefully and in a way to hopefully seem intuitive to the largest range of viewers, such as red for the most worrisome finds and blue for pests that act as damp indicators. Silverfish, for example, are one of the ones that I have a pattern for, since they're both very clear damp indicators, but also some of the more worrisome pests that we have in the museum. The vertical bar with the totals has been conditionally formatted in Excel to also help draw the eye to what pests have been found the most in this current cycle. As you can see here, sosids, book lice and bark lice, make up nearly half of all pests found in the cycle, followed by silverfish. There have been a couple recent updates to this section of the report, such as streamlining all the various spiders into just spiders, which has also had the happy side effect of being slightly less traumatizing for staff, since no one wanted to hear about our spitting spiders anymore. So far, one of the most useful changes has been the addition of pie charts to illustrate the percentage composition of pests within a building. Given that pie charts are understood by diverse and wide audiences requiring little explanation, it seemed like a good option for this situation. Again, the colors are the same as in the previous section of the report, so you can clearly see that damp indicators were found in the highest amounts during the cycle. The pie charts also serve as convenient comparative tools, since for many, it is easier to take a glance at two charts side by side as opposed to comparing numbers in spreadsheets. On the top right, you can see how in the following cycle that while both predator and damp indicating pests increased, predators notably made up a far higher percentage of the total pests, showing how their numbers had grown in response to the growth of the others. The lower right pie chart is from a storage building that houses primarily ceramic, stone, and plaster materials. And here the pie chart is completely different, showing that the vast majority of pests found here were nuisance pests, ants in this case. The bottom right segment of the report details density findings. In this case, how many bugs on average were found in a trap in a given space. Breakdowns are provided for the whole building, entire floors, and problematic locations. Color is again used here, with the darker the gradient of the red, the higher the pest density and therefore the associated risk. And with that, I thank you. Please feel free to contact me via email if you have any questions, comments, or recommendations. Thanks again.
Thank you, Morgan. I think many people are going to be curious as to how you developed these, your Excel wizardry. So I hope you'll be active in the chat on that one. That was a great session. Thank you. We're going to move directly into our next block, where we're going to take a look at some insects. And we're going to start off with Bill. Give me a second. Have many windows. And let's see if I can close some things down before I crash something.
Bill, I think we might be getting some feedback. Do you have a loudspeaker on or anything? I think you have an unstable connection, possibly. We're having audio difficulties.
I'm wondering whether we might queue up our next speaker, which is Yarko, and see if we can get back to Bill.
I think that's a good plan.
Do we have our speaker online? I see him there. Are you able
Yes,
to
hello.
unmute yourself? Hi, nice to see you. Sorry if throwing you for a loop a few minutes early, but hopefully if we give Bill a few more minutes to figure out his tech. Take it away.
Yes, no problem. Thank you. Many thanks to the Museum Pest team for this opportunity. In this presentation, I will describe a favorable characteristic of native tree species present in South America, which has favored the stability of historic building over the years in regions that experience natural disasters, earthquakes, and extreme climates. Next. In the south of Chile and Argentina, specifically in the Patagonian zone, ancient native trees grow with particular characteristics due to the fact that their morphological, physiological, and biochemical structure have adapted over thousands of years to withstand extreme climates such as low temperature, extreme winds, and state of constant waterlogging. This environmental considered hostile has developed adaptive forms of resistance and tolerance of the three species present, which have allowed their survival together with the development of high quality wood from the point of view of mechanical resistance and aesthetic. Next. Among the most important species, the genus Notophagus has been recorded where we can identify as a reference Rauli, Roble, Coihue, Lenga, among many other species. Also relevant are the genus Persealinge and Tepa. They are characteristic of the evergreen temperate rainforest of the southern Chile and Argentina. Next. This majestic species has been considered as a fundamental part in the 1900s for the construction of the building and furniture with a high aesthetic value, but on the other hand, with a high mechanical resistance, which has given an important characteristic in the building in an area highly seismic as Chile. Today, these buildings are in use for embassies, museums, and cultural sites. Next slide. We must understand that all material of organic origin is susceptible to biological degradation by microorganisms and insects, and is stimulated by environmental variations, a life cycles of nature that within conservation studies, we want to avoid as much as possible. To preserve and conserve materials of organic origin, it is necessary to reduce exposure to factors of physical, chemical, and biological deteriorations. Understanding that the susceptibility to degradations depend in the first instance on the molecular structure. This how a cellulose molecule is more susceptible to degradation than a protein. Next. To understand in situ the resistance characteristic that some native species present, the project carried out in the Museum of Chemistry and Pharmacy is present. Located in the French-style building from the 1900s in the center of Santiago de Chile, this building has 4 levels and 2 undergrounds and containing historical collections, library, exhibition rooms, and offices. Next. The study contemplates all the rooms of the building carried out at the joint work with architects, scientists, and conservators. Next. it is relevant to understand that building must protect bibliographic collection of the first Chilean scientists from the University of Chile and laboratory material used at the time of the first university scientific interactions in the country. Next. To carry out an advanced study and taking into account the entire building, it is proposed to carry out a specific state of conservation to observe the environmental influence and biodegradation in each of the rooms, with a special focus on the exhibition rooms, library, and repository. This study is carried out by determining particular factors such as pests, fungi, humidity, temperature, and chemical agents. Next slide. These factors are qualified to obtain a specific deterioration index per room comparable to each other and subsequently determine the state of conservation as bad, fair, good, or very good. Next. The image shows the diversity of the deterioration factors present in the rooms, where a relevant factor is made by earthquake, humidity, and environmental fungi. Next. The graph shows the comparison between 27 rooms of the building in relation to the deterioration index. This room with a higher index at the present a regular or bad state of conservation in relation to environmental factors and the presence of active pests. This index has a high analysis value because of quantified factors they are not usually directly associated, and it helps the quantitative understanding of degradation process that act synergistically over time. It should be noted that the level 1 and level 4 have rooms with a regular state of conservation, presenting a general statistical tendency of the building to have a poor state of conservation toward the upper levels. Next. An association of high relative humidity with the appearance of active fungi in the wood and environmental air sample was observed. This place corresponds to the repository of the museum and also associated with the high values in volatile compounds, CO2 emissions, and formaldehyde, indicating the lack of ventilation and air exchange. Next. Also, the association of the temperature above 25 and 30 Celsius degree with the appearance of active pests in the well-defined sector. These parameters of environmental variation have been evaluated over time, and only those that are suitable for understanding the biological problems are observed. Next. In relation to the data identified for the biological deterioration index, a study of 50 representative samples of the wood used in the building is associated, but for structure and for ornament. The samples were analyzed by means of digital optical microscopy and compared with the standard of native and commercial species for their identification. Of the total of samples identified, is observed that a high percentage is represented by native wood like lingue and roble with 88%, in a smaller percentage pino insigne and pressed wood with 4%, which represent soft wood susceptible to damage by pest attack. Next. The woodworm pest identified was only observed in level 1, auditorium, in a sector that has been remodeled with a soft pressed wood and without chemical protections, characteristic that predispose the appearance of the pest and their easy spread. The infestation is recorded on the lower wooden wall marked with a green X. It is observed in the figure the appearance of characteristic holes of approximately and the delamination of wood with the formation of superficial tunnels. Next. The usual characteristic of the presence of active woodworm are observed with holes and abundant sawdust of the lower edges. Next. As a priority action, a review of all wooden structure in the building has been arranged in the search of active or inactive pests, specifically observing wood for beams and stairs. With special attention in the library, no plague has been recorded in woods of native origin, and it has been limited to wood of low quality and less resistance. Next. To finish with an in situ control and fumigation intervention, prioritizing the affected area and isolating for 24 hours by means of chemical nebulization. Next. Prioritizing sector with an active pest and sector with a predisposition for contamination. Next. And specific injection work has begun for a specific treatment in the most affected areas. Due to the extension of the infestation, this methodology is changing by direct impregnation and nebulization with subsequent isolation in plastic chamber. Next. Finally, we must understand that the resistance characteristic of some species is important for the elaboration of strategic plans for the conservation of buildings and collections, since it helps to maintain originality. Among the most important conclusions we can mention, the identification of good species present in a building helps to understand biodeterioration's process. The use of native species with resistance characteristics helps the physical and mechanical stability of historical buildings. The identification of good species helps to the proper selection by conservators and restorers for the intervention of heritage buildings. The selection of resistant woods helps to delay normal process of biodegradations and infestations. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Well done. Bill, let's see how your audio is doing. You want to try speaking? I think we're still getting the feedback. I'm just not sure if we can hear you. That is not sounding good. What happens when you turn off your video? Can we hear you better? Cannot hear you well. It's coming through a little bit choppy. If you turn off your video.
I think I'm going to stop. Oh no, he did. It's still not working very well, unfortunately.
We're definitely having trouble making out anything out, Bill. I wonder whether it's worth you exiting the Zoom and trying to get back in. Sort of the restart our approach to testing this out.
I'm going to email Bill and I'm actually going to remove him from the meeting, and we'll see if we can get him signed back in and working better.
Okay. Well, I know that everyone is very interested in the voracious gray silverfish, so we're definitely going to work hard to get Bill back up, and hopefully people will stick with us. But that will bring us into our next block, where we'll pick up with Adam and hear what he has been up to with his new nitrogen-based anoxic system.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. This has been absolutely fascinating. And so it's my great pleasure to give you this update. Again, my name is Adam Osgood. I'm the collections technician and IPM coordinator at Historic New England. And this presentation is really, it's an update of something that was, I think, very much born a year ago at our last Museum Pest Working Group. I don't think this could have been pulled off without all of my great colleagues. And so this is actually a birth happening in real time almost, because this project is currently underway. It's happening now in our collections and conservation facility where I am now. And it's a project to expand and convert our current pest treatment facility. And I should say that at the Museum Pest Working Group, we have a saying that we accept no apologies. So I will now unapologetically let you know that this project is so current and so fluent. In fact, I have an electrician working downstairs right now, and I've just learned some new features this morning since I've sent in the PowerPoint. That there are going to be some gaps of information in this presentation, but still I thought this would be a great opportunity to share what we've been up to. Next slide, please. First, just briefly about my organization. I also should say that this paper is being presented on behalf of Pat Kelly of Insects Limited and Bill Smith of Heritage Packaging. So just briefly about my organization, Historic New England is the oldest historic preservation organization in the United States. Next slide. Our house museums are in a wide range of the New England region. We have 38 properties throughout New England, and 30 of them are furnished with museum collections with a wide range of materials. A full 40% of our object collection is on view or in storage in our historic houses, which have often minimal or no climate control. Next slide, please. Because of this, we face significant pest challenges seasonally. I'm sure all of you recognize the clothes moths here. Next slide. Carpet beetles. Next slide. And wood-boring furniture beetles. Next slide. And Historic New England has a decades-long history of IPM implementing many strategies, and our program is quite robust. Next slide. One of our strategies is to use a 1,000 cubic foot controlled atmospheric treatment chamber, or bubble, which uses CO2 to replace the atmosphere as a safe and effective means of insect pest remediation. Historic New England has been operating some version of this system for nearly 30 years for both internal use and as a service to other institutions regionally and nationally. In the fall of 2019, we began noticing that the efficiency of the system was decreasing, probably due to a small leak. The PVC membrane was nearing its 10-year lifespan, the end of it, and it was time to start planning for a replacement. Next slide, please. And so by February of 2021, again at our last Museum Pest Working Group, I got into a conversation with our colleagues, Pat Kelly of Insects Limited and Bill Smith of Heritage Packaging, among others. And pretty quickly after discussing what kind of improvements could be brought to our system, it became clear that the technology is available to create a new system of the same size, 1,000 cubic feet, using a static process with a reusable chamber and switching to nitrogen rather than CO2. Next slide. After weighing many options, this switch was most attractive in financial sustainability with the introduction of a nitrogen generator, safety in eliminating the personnel hazards around CO2, and positive environmental impact in our use of a non-greenhouse gas. Most importantly, we were quite fortunate to have a regular client who uses us for treatment who wishes to remain anonymous agree to underwrite the entire project. Quite a windfall. Next slide, please. So the key objectives we established when we realized we had the funding, both to expand and improve our system or to recreate the same size bubble. Again, making it tighter so it can handle static anoxic treatments. That is not dynamic. We're not looking for a constant flow here. And bringing in a nitrogen generator, and I must give a nod to Pascal Kerner, who encouraged us to look into it. And that then eliminating the need to purchase gas and rent the tanks. I also should say that one point that also we're going to establish is that the entire thing can be monitored remotely, and we're going to have a remote introduction system, which I'll talk about. The first physical expansion stage of this project is now complete, just now complete, and it nearly doubles our footprint from 1,100 square feet to 2,000 square feet, which will allow for the chamber, its components, and another baby bubble, a smaller one, for smaller scale treatments. And in this picture on the far right, you can see way down at the end, that's our original CO2 bubble, and we are still running treatments. So we're gonna have no interruption in our service. Next slide, please. This floor plan, this shows the expansion of our space. The top slide is the original space outlined in red, and then you can see down below the expansion. Next slide. This expansion allows us, again, to continue the CO2 treatments uninterrupted until our nitrogen comes online, at which point we will mothball the old system, keeping it in working condition as a backup. We also took advantage of this build out to include a larger 440 square foot committed quarantine on the far left in yellow to hold objects pre-treatment. And then this slide, you can see the setup. So just to give you some orientation, at the top far right in blue, you see a C, that's the compressor. Moving to the left, G and T, the nitrogen generator and buffer tank. I is the introduction system. And then to the left, MB, that's the mama bubble, that's the main bubble. Diagonally down to the right is the baby bubble. And the M components are the monitoring and power vacuum units. So that's the layout. Next slide. And then here you see from the right to the left, the right is the air compressor, and then the nitrogen generator and buffer tank. This was brought into this space 2 days ago. Both the air compressor and generator require special training, which I've not yet received. So I'm afraid I can't go into too much detail on the operation of these pieces of equipment. Next slide, please. This nitrogen system uses the process of adsorption, which is a process of atoms, ions, or molecules adhering to the surface of the absorbent. And I am going to be learning more about that in the near future as well. Next slide. Here's a diagram of a really great feature. This is the valve we'll be using to accomplish our remote gas addition. One slight difference is that we'll be introducing gas rather than liquid, as it's shown in this diagram. Essentially, this is a technology that will be Wi-Fi connected, so we'll be both be able to monitor, but then also add nitrogen remotely without having to go to the facility, and that can be done from a smartphone or computer anywhere. Next slide, please. And this is at Insects Limited. This is Pat Kelly's crew working on this customized humidification system. Again, hard to fully illustrate with images. It takes the pressurized and dry nitrogen coming from the nitrogen generator and splits the stream of gas into 2 separate hoses. The first hose runs through the specialized jet nozzles that are mounted beneath the deionized water in a water chamber. After the humidified nitrogen runs through the water, it leads to a second dry blending chamber. The second hose from the nitrogen generator runs directly into the blending chamber. Both the humidified nitrogen and the dry nitrogen flow can be changed manually with the brass knurled knobs that are finger adjustable. By simply increasing or decreasing the flow of dry versus humidified gas, you can dial in whatever RH you want going into the bubble. The system has been specially designed to allow for pressure up to 10 psi for a strong flow in the relatively large space of the bubble. If something goes wrong and pressure in either of the chambers goes over 10 psi, relief valves are built into the top of each to make sure that the pressures in the chamber does not reach a dangerous level. Next slide. The bubble fabrication is not yet underway. But here are some drafts from our colleague Bill at Heritage Packaging. You can see here, this is the structure that the membrane will go over on the left, and then on the right, this is a sketch of how the zipper door system will be working. Next slide, please. The membrane material is Vapor Block Plus 20. It's a 7-layer co-extruded barrier made from state-of-the-art polyethylene and EVOH resins. Vapor Block Plus 20 is more than 100 times less permeable than typical high-performance polyethylene vapor retarders. And then also in this slide is an image of the 3-track zipper design, which will be critical in the door, reusable, resealable door. Next slide, please. And then lastly, the monitoring system will allow for temperature and relative humidity and oxygen to be monitored remotely using cloud technology. Next slide. So this project is far from over, and there are many details to be worked out as we come closer to the final install in late spring or early summer. I look forward to sharing more about our progress when we're done. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Adam. Adam leads the solutions subgroup for the Museum Pests, and he was keeping the group running and organized while running off to take pictures, and he was multitasking and in amazing ways the past few days. And we look forward to more updates, Adam. Thank you. Lynn, how are we doing with Bill?
Hi, Rich, you can hear me?
Oh, we can hear you now.
Yes.
It's a little quiet, but we can hear you.
So I'm so sorry without a video, and that's a way to raise attention.
Bill, can you just try and keep your volume up? We hear you without any buzz, and you're not choppy, but it's still a little faint. So as close as you can to
that's a maximum, I guess. Oh, this will be enough. Okay. My topic is a current joint research project of the Radgen Research Laboratory, National Museums in Berlin, and the Natural History Museum Berlin, to investigate how the gray silverfish, Stenolepisma longicordata, and the ghost silverfish, Stenolepisma calva, are spread and where the unnatural areas of distribution are. For this purpose, samples from many different sites are to be analyzed regarding their genetic variability. Next, please. Of about 500 species of the order Zygentoma worldwide, almost not more than 4 to 5 can cause a serious threat to museum collections. The common silverfish, Lepisma saccharina, the gray silverfish, Stenolepisma longicordata, the four-lined silverfish, Stenolepisma lineata, and the next, please, the ghost silverfish, Stenolepisma calva. Now, however, the gray silverfish seems to be the most important and invasive. At temperate climates in the middle latitudes, the gray silverfish is cosmopolitan and synanthropic, dependent on indoor conditions. Its natural origin and habitats are still unknown. Next, please. The internet data collection iNaturalist.org has just 10 entries of observations of gray silverfish until 2011. Next, please. So far, there are currently already more than 2,370 records, which probably does not only reflect a strong increase in distribution, but a much greater awareness and a better attention to gray silverfish. Next, please. Gray silverfish has probably been widespread for much longer, but has often been overlooked or confused. For example, a publication of the US Department of Agriculture in 1931 on common silverfish, Lepisma saccharina, shows a gray silverfish in the illustration to the text. Next, please. In 1944, it was published in the Journal of Economic Entomology that Stenolepisma urbana, urbana not because of urban conditions of the occurrence, but after a sample from the city of Urbana in Illinois, appears as a household pest in Southern California, in Columbia, Missouri, and as early as in 1922 in Raleigh, North Carolina. Later research showed that Stenolepisma urbana is synonymous with Stenolepisma longicaudata. Next, please. And 50 pages publication by Ida Lindsay in 1940 describes Stenolepisma longicaudata, the gray silverfish, as widely distributed also in Australia. Next, please. DNA barcoding is a well-established technique for identifying species, and sample material is extracted and target gene amplified in order to determine which species it belongs to after DNA sequencing and comparison with the barcode database. Next, please. However, it is rather more demanding to characterize different geographically separated interspecific populations and to show phylogenetic relationships. Patterns of genetic differentiation in the mitochondrial cytochrome C oxidase 1 gene as a standard metazoan DNA barcoding marker can be used to uncover potential distribution routes of these pests and to obtain information on their likely geographical areas of origin, and which could help to identify natural biological control agents, maybe. Next, please. After an initial call, more than 300 samples of gray silverfish and rose silverfish from Europe and Southern Africa have been compiled, but mainly from Germany. So more samples from other regions are very welcome. Next, please. In the next project stage, specimens preserved in natural history collections are to be investigated worldwide. This is going to be more challenging technically, but generally pinned insects seem to work reasonably well. Next, please. So we are just in the beginning of this project, and I'm so sorry I can't show you any results yet, but I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. That was a great success that we were able to hear you. Can I ask, I think many people may be wondering what are the best ways to distinguish the gray silverfish from other species? Or I hate to put you on the spot. Are you able to give people some information?
Yes, I would like to. If you could turn my presentation up to the second slide again. Here's a good sample of photographs of left is silverfish and the right is gray silverfish, or the common silverfish, left, right is gray silverfish. And if you have a closer look, you see much more shiny and smooth surface on common silverfish, and yellowish in color antennae, for instance. These are characteristic details of silverfish you can't find in gray silverfish. Obviously, gray silverfish are most of gray silverfish are just bigger than common silverfish, but if you find earlier stages, you can't be sure. So if you find the one quite rough and darker in color, not shiny, and longer antennae, and yeah, so, but you need to check in detail. And the next slide could show us more details on the ghost silverfish. Unfortunately, the left picture has no scale, but these are, of course, maybe middle size in between common silverfish and the gray silverfish. But if you see a very mother of pearl-like surface colored, you can be quite sure this is not a gray silverfish, but maybe a ghost silverfish.
Thank you, Bill.
Let me answer your question.
Yes, that was terrific. I think a lot of people are going to take a look at their silverfish with a new eye now.
And I would like to take the chance again to ask the group, please, if you have the chance, send some samples for our project. The best way would be to have it in dry and loose samples. Of course, samples from sticky traps are quite difficult to extract. Or if you're brave enough, you can send living samples too.
Maybe what we should do is connect offline and have you write a blog post with some information about how people can contact you and reach out and what they would need to do to work with you on this further.
Yes, please. Even you find some more details in the abstract to our presentation.
Terrific. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eric, let's get you loaded up so we can learn more about your new freezer. You're good to go. Are we going to have the same audio issue? We can see you, we just can't yet hear you. If Eric's having trouble, we can give you another minute and move to Shannon and come back to you. Okay. Shannon, let's get you loaded up.
Great. Thanks so much for allowing us to submit materials to share. This last year at the LA County Museum of Natural History, we froze an entire mammal collection to treat persistent drugstore beetles. This collection is about 100,000 specimens that include marine mammals and about 95,000 terrestrial specimens of skins and skeletons and skulls. We have a broad representative collection from around the world, covering 115 countries, but especially deep collection representing the local area of Los Angeles County. You can, next. Thanks. So this drugstore beetle problem has persisted for more than 10 years. Off and on, there have been attempts to mitigate using pheromone traps, silica dust in the bottom of cabinets, and spot cryofumigation, but nothing has really resolved. Well, not silverfish. Luckily, we didn't have a silverfish problem. Yes, unfortunately, we have this drugstore beetle problem. So at the end of 2019, we have a brand new mammal curator on staff, and I was just hired. We coordinated with our conservation team and coordinated a plan to pack the entire mammal collection, study skin collection and skeleton collection for deep freezing and management. Here in these pictures, you can see the damage over the years that these beetles have done. And then as we pulled all the drawers out to clean the cabinets, on the left are the number of beetles, dead beetles we found in the bottom of one of the cabinets. Next slide. So we began with about 10 to 15 volunteers to start packing the collection. Because the collection cabinets are old and they're stacked 3 high, it wasn't possible to remove the cabinets and freeze them with the contents inside. I think that would have been the easiest thing to do, but they're not sufficiently stable enough to take them down and put them back up. So by January 2020, we had recruited enough students and volunteers to help us pack 258 storage cabinets of about 70,000 skulls and skeletons and 55,000 skins. This was a big challenge because these 3-dimensional objects have delicate parts and are difficult to pack. And we had a great team of volunteers. Next slide. After we packed the boxes in standard size, we sealed them in plastic bags and we barcoded each one in order to track the specimens. And then we also sealed them in plastic so we could prevent pests from escaping while we were staging, as well as cover the boxes for deep freezing to prevent condensation or any wear on the cardboard when they came out. After that, we stacked them on pallets and then scanned the barcodes into a Excel database. And we track basically pallets, boxes, contents of boxes, the dates of packing, the freeze, and then now the reinstall. And this has helped us a lot because we're reinstalling the collection in a different order. So we want to make sure that we get boxes from one pallet or the right specimens or the right taxonomy when we go in to reintroduce them. Next slide. So using this, so from the 800 boxes total, we then stack them on pallets and shrink wrap them to minimize handling. By using a forklift and pulling them up and down, we can minimize the impact on the collection specimens. We used museum pest references in this string article CCI note. We found that probably the best thing for a freeze at -25 degrees was at least 3 weeks. So we literally did overkill and kept everything in for 4 weeks. Over 4 cycles, we were able to freeze all of the pallets. We got a 40-foot freezer container delivered to our museum loading dock, which was hooked up to the external power. And we ran that for about 4 months. Next slide. While the specimens were being staged and moved into and out of the freezer for deep freezing and cryofumigation, we were able at this point to bring back some staff members to help us clean the cabinets, take out all the paper. We removed all the labels, all the materials at the foam. We cleaned all the cabinets, and then we had worked with a local exterminator, Western exterminator, who used a combination of Excite-R and Phantom to spray the wooden cabinets interiorly, and then also every single drawer. Each cabinet has 10 to 12 drawers, so that was well over 2,000 drawers that they hand sprayed. Next, yeah. So we had a lot of challenges. In January, when we finally, after a decade of this problem, decided to deep freeze the whole collection, it coincided unbelievably with a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. So right as we were packing up, we had about 20 pallets done. The museum closed and the volunteer program was suspended this time last year. And as of today, we still have not reopened the museum to the public or activated our volunteer program. So after that, there were 2 lockdown periods in Los Angeles County from March to May 2020. Collection managers were only allowed to come in to do pest sweeps and to do collection evaluations, and then we were supposed to leave. So I didn't get any packing done then. And then again, after Thanksgiving through about today, it's still just me in the collection, but for basically November and December, staff were asked to telework and stay home. So you can see in the timeline, we had the shutdown in March. We did 2 freeze loads in a row. And then because we weren't able to pack or be in the museum, we returned the freezer. And then when we were able to continue going in June and July, I was able to basically finish packing by myself and start the cleaning process. We brought the freezer truck back and continued the process until mid-September. In mid-September, we were allowed to have the pest exterminator come on board and spray the cabinets. There were some positives, though, from this experience of COVID. First of all, the closure of gallery spaces. When we're moving a 100,000 specimen, 800 box project, it was nice to have extra gallery spaces for staging. When the material came out of the freezer, we were able to stage it in another exhibit gallery in a clean space because that area was open because our temporary exhibits had also been suspended. So that was a positive. Another positive is that we have a very active research collection, and the collection is unavailable for researchers during the freeze, but it was also unavailable during COVID. So it ended up being a coincidental advantage that while the collection already was restricted from COVID, we were able to do this freeze. And then finally, normally chemical spraying isn't allowed while people are in the building, but because the staff were at home teleworking, we were able to do the chemical spraying in the evenings after 5 and get it done in about 2.5 weeks. Next slide. Now we're reinstalling. We have so many opportunities at this point. We are going to reinstall everything in a new taxonomic order. We're able to put in brand new trays and brand new materials. Everything has been cleaned, so we'll be able to pest monitor a lot better. We'll see, we can distinguish now from old and new evidence. Right, able to do, as we're reinstalling, do a complete presence absence audit of all the specimens. And then we're also rehousing everything in new trays and drawer liners. And since this is taken place in September, now that we're just reinstalling, the cabinets have been empty for several months. There's nothing for the bugs to eat. So far, so good. We haven't had any evidence of lingering pests or anything reemerging after the chemical spray. So that's great news. And then the final slide. If anyone is thinking about taking over a project of this scale, please contact me. It was very complicated to estimate the number of boxes, the number of pallets, get all the materials, estimate the number of people, how all of this would be done. Logistically, it was kind of a force of many different departments working together. And so I'm happy to share any information or experience if someone else is thinking about going the nuclear option. And thanks very much for inviting me.
I think you may be hearing Shannon from Museum Pest to get you to write up a case study and some of these other aspects that we can link to with your presentation from the
I'd be happy to. Yeah, it's a big project, so I'm happy to share any resources we were uncovered.
Terrific, thank you. Eric, how are we doing with your audio?
I switched computers, so hopefully you can hear me now. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Great. I'm going to talk about onboarding an IPM freezer at the Met. This is not new. I think there are a lot of freezers out there, but we learned from a lot of other people. So sort of put this all together to show you sort of where we're at, as well as sort of lessons learned that maybe you can learn something from our experience. Michael Milliken is the IPM manager. He's been doing a lot of this work along with a team of conservators and collections managers and me. You saw this earlier today. This is sort of the layout where we have a loading dock and we have a flow where we bring objects in. There's a pre-treatment room where we can do anoxic treatments, cleaning or wrapping. We can put things into the freezer, and if they make it out, they go to post-treatment where they can be inspected and cleaned and so on from there, then go straight into the building. Next slide. The key specs for this freezer we took from other institutions. So we listed a few of them up there, PMA, MNH, so on. That may not be all that we talked to. We actually went and visited a lot of those and took the best features of everybody's situation that we could afford and put them into this system. which leads to us asking for a -40 freezer because people found that when they asked for a warmer freezer, they often didn't get a freezer that met that spec. So we sort of assumed we would get one that reached -35. And in fact, that box that's in the middle is on one of the drawings where they said, you know, if you buy this freezer and you put 240 pounds of stuff in it, fabric specifically, you should be able to get to -35 in 6 hours. So that was a spec we asked for and they claimed they could make. The freezer is 20 foot long by 11 foot wide. I think those might be outer dimensions, and 10 foot tall. The walls are about 5 inches thick. And then some other sort of best practices here. The main one being that we have this connected to the building management system so that we can get alerts when the temperature does something wacky in the middle of a treatment. Next slide. So here's sort of our timeline. Those who were at the pest meeting last year got a tour of the facility, but it wasn't commissioned yet. We hadn't sort of been given the keys to run it in February of 2020 until after the meeting. We did run it and got the keys, and it was running at -41 degrees, which was kind of amazing to us. But then COVID happened and we shut everything down and came back in November, turned it back on, and now we can't get lower, or at that point couldn't get colder than -25 degrees. So we called the people that installed it and the manufacturer, and they came and tuned it up a bit, and we're still struggling to get to -30 and have a consistent temperature. We had a lot of instability and so on, which is what the next slides will show you. So go ahead, next slide. Where November to January, you can see this is just the temperature in the open air in the room, where we just barely touched -30 at some point, but you just can't run a freezing treatment like this where the temperature is going up and down so dramatically. The small blips are just reheats, but the large change from like -25 to -10, that's the freezer malfunctioning. So again, we went back and asked for more service, and next slide. We were able to get more consistent temperatures. So those large spikes are when we turn the machine off to let it warm to room temperature, and then it drops back down. You see 3 cycles like that. And so in January, we thought we were doing pretty well, despite not getting to -35 even. At least the temperature was maintaining stable during a treatment. And during that time, we tried to do some monitoring of the uniformity of the temperature in the room, as well as what happens when we put some non-art in. How long does it take to get those to temperature? But you can see that as we go towards March, the system continues to sort of lead towards malfunctioning. We thought we were probably okay in February, but then March happened, and you can see that last run. That finally ended up at about -10 degrees, which your household freezer can do better than that. So next slide. I'll go back to the uniformity tests, which might be just not a bad idea for folks who buy new freezers to test it out right when you get it to see how uniform the temperature is inside. Note that we're doing this in an empty freezer, and I assume that when we start loading it with materials, we'll have to do this again to sort of see and confirm that the temperature is uniform. But what we basically did is had a sensor on the top and the bottom of each of these carts that are on the left, and then had 3 stations sort of far in the middle, and then close to us in the picture, which is what those diagrams on the right are showing. And then the numbers you see on the right are the differential between the sensor that's on the floor and the ones that are on the cart. And you can see that the temperature differential is at most 0.3 degrees Celsius, which is great for a system like this. And so, not bad for uniformity. And then if you can go to the next one, it's the surrogates. Here we had built a couple of surrogates. The textiles conservators made a textile surrogate where, I don't know if it was a 10 or 15 foot long carpet that was rolled onto a tube, much like it would be in a regular treatment. And I think it took 9 rolls to roll the thing up. It had paper interleaving, and the sensor was put in the middle of the stack, so probably at the 4th roll or so. In the middle of the textile. And then there was paper on the outside and then wrapped in plastic. And you can see it's on the floor there with some sensors going to it. Then I didn't have photos of the wood one, but basically I just took a 4x4, split it in half on a saw, and then I routed out a channel for the wire sensor and used some clamps to hold it together. And what I didn't do but need to is probably add some caulk or something to seal the hole so that air can't get in there. Unclear to me at this point whether the metal wire sensor is conducting too much heat in and out of the log. But you'll see from the data, which is the next slide, that this is the open air, the wood sensor, and the textile sensor all together, that the sensors tend to track pretty well together. There's not huge differences. And this allowed us to say how long till when you start at room temperature, if we turn the machine on, how quickly can we get to -35? Well, it turns out we can't. We can only get to -25. And even that was taking 14 hours. And I subtracted out that blip on the far left when we had opened the door. So nowhere near the spec of 6 hours. And happy to see that we had some conversations yesterday talking about freezers, that it should take about 24 hours for an object to warm up to room temperature from -30 or so. And in fact, it took 26 hours, so not too bad for these, for a warm up period, for those to be then safe to open. You can go to the next slide. I start comparing in more detail so you can sort of see, is there a lag and how much is the wood and textile surrogate fluctuating in temperature. So this is multiple cycles, and that the spikes of blue are the open air temperature where it's the reheat of the freezer. You can go to the next slide. I focused in on one of those blips and tried to measure the delay as well as you can. So that's the two brackets. You can see that the wood surrogate started to raise its temperature in about 25 minutes after the blue line starts to go up, or the open air, and the textile was 41 minutes. So textile was obviously better insulated than that wood is. And I think that's an artifact of the way that we built those. And I'm hoping to shore the wood one up and see what its actual delay is soon. But you can see that this is a good example of what happens if you don't really well seal your object or insulate it, that it will have more temperature fluctuation at low temperatures when during the reheat. The textile seems to not change much. It's a degree or so. It's also interesting to see that during the reheats, we're not getting a huge temperature fluctuation in the open air either. It's going from like -27 to -23. So really not bad. And then next slide. And then finally, sort of where we're at is we're trying to figure out how to use this as a system. How do we move art around the building that is prone to insect infestation or might be infested, and writing all that down, putting it into a policy. How are we going to schedule and use the freezer spaces? There's multiple spaces, multiple activities in there, and integrating all that into the IPM plan. And then finally, it's sort of establishing a decision tree for what will be treated and how, since now we have three main techniques: quarantine, anoxic treatments, and low temperature treatments. And not everything is, ideally we would low temperature treat everything, but not everything is treatable. And that's the next point at the bottom of the slide, which is getting pushback from conservators about allowing things to be frozen. And so we're starting a program of digging into Tom's work, but also doing some experiments in the freezer to sort of show where the risks are. And it's something that I would love for the Museum Pest site to start a thread on, so that people can talk about their experiences when they've seen damage as more and more people buy freezers. Next slide. And so finally, we're trying the system out and then figuring out what those policies should be. You can see on the left, we have a nice textile hoist, both in the pre-treatment and post-treatment room. That's quite, I don't know if it's 18 feet long or something, that really allows a lot of work to happen in that space. And in that same space is the middle picture, where you can see there are anoxic treatments in the back of the room, and the rest is being wrapped and prepared for the freezer. And then on the right, that's materials in the freezer itself being, I think, prepared for freezing, which we load at room temperature. You can see it's all dry in there, that the lights are low profile LEDs, so we could really stack a lot of materials up if we wanted. And then we would close the door and turn it on, which is not how everybody operates a freezer, and we may change over time, but so far this is our approach. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric and Michael. We will look forward to hearing more as you continue your research. Matt, want to bring us home?
Sure, yeah. Well, first and foremost, thank you to all the presenters. You made it for an awesome day. And I think a great first virtual presentation session for the Museum Pests group. And next, got to thank Lynn Jones, who was able to host this Zoom and put it all together, and then all the other helpers from the Museum Pests working group on the chat, answering some questions. Of course, on Facebook, we had some folks as well answering questions, and I think we did a pretty good job. And we'll mention that we're going to try to get contact info out there for everyone in a way for you all to get answers to questions. And of course, you can place them on the pest list if you like, if you don't find the answer or it doesn't come up in our social media or on the website. So, and also just a reminder of we have, of course, our fundraising is open, our merch, and then also we're hoping to do this again next year. I should mention that, it'd be great to continue this. But in the meantime, we'd also like to, in the interim, I should say, we'd like to do some Facebook Lives or Instagram Lives of tapping some of the knowledge within the working group and other professionals to put more information out there for everyone and just kind of keep IPM alive, give you all something to look at. So yeah, I mean, last but not least, yeah, follow us, like us on social media, and of course, go to our webpage, bookmark it. But yeah, thank you all. And of course, big thank you to my co-chair, Rachel, for helping me to host this event and get everything off the ground.
Thank you, Matt. Again, another huge thank you to the speakers for your sharing your knowledge, and everybody kept to time. It is 4:29. I think that's really quite remarkable. One last plug just to say that the Museum Pests Working Group we're not a membership organization. Anyone who comes to a meeting or contributes to our site is a participant or a contributor. Nobody wants our current situation to continue. We want people to be healthy and back out in the world, but there have been some amazing silver linings to this last year, and the way people have collaborated virtually, and this kind of session opens up all sorts of possibilities. So we hope for those of you who are international, especially the Spanish-speaking community, we hope that we'll be hearing from you, and that people will use the website and the pest list to reach out and think about ways that we can continue to collaborate and push all of our research forward. Thank you again to everyone. Thank you, Lynn.